You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Wednesday night, 11 p.m., June 14th, 2023. Today we're going to play another one of our Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes. The audience here will choose which box we play. This will be the 10th or the 11th box that we've played of Deadbolt Mystery Society. I continue to be impressed. One of these days we're going to get a clunker, but it hasn't happened yet. Let's see, any other bookkeeping to take care of before we start? I see Jonathan Warner is in the channel. Jonathan has started a mystery book discussion group on Discord, and I feel like I've been humbled last week or so. I feel like I've gotten a little lesson on being humble. First of all, this Discord group that Jonathan set up for discussing books, the first book is The Red Right Hand. And I read the first 60 pages. That was the first week's discussion. I kind of went through it quickly. But I joined the chat and they're having a very detailed discussion of this book. And a lot of details I didn't even notice, some very subtle arguments. And then this last Sunday, we got a new case from Dear Holmes. And there was a cipher in it. And I feel like I'm reasonably good at those ciphers. I have a little bit of a background in cryptography, coding, and algorithms. And I got really stuck on this cipher, and a couple people in the channel had it solved very quickly, and I even wrote some code to do it, and I really got stuck, and I was really on tilt about it. And I spent basically 2 days nonstop working on it and gave up. To my great embarrassment, I gave up. I'm going to try to make up for that a little bit by, on the next Dear Holmes stream, which will be a Sunday at 3 p.m., I've already gotten the next letter, I'll spend the first 15 minutes or so of this coming Sunday stream giving a little lecture on this cipher, how it was cracked and where my mistakes were made, etc. So we will meet on Sunday to play the next letter from Dear Holmes, and I'll discuss that cipher. We'll look at the message and how, if it changes anything and how. I'll talk about how the cipher was decoded, and then we'll play the case. It's a pretty compelling case so far. If you haven't joined us for that, they're nice short streams. You should watch the previous one. It's about an hour and a half, hour and 50 minutes, normally shorter. So that'll be on Sunday, and I'm not sure what this weekend will hold. It's possible that I'll do another live stream on Friday if Greg and I do not get together to play games. That's a little bit dependent on Greg's schedule and his back. Today, he and I played Stranger Things, cooperative board game designed by Rob Daviau, and I have a running question in my mind. Pandemic Legacy is my favorite board game of all time, and that's Rob Daviau, who's known for the Legacy games, and Matt Leacock, who designed Pandemic. And Rob Daviau has sort of a mixed track record, and so in the back of my mind, I'm trying to figure out if Rob Daviau is a hack who's just got his name on all these Legacy games, and whether Matt Leacock is really the genius. So anyway, Rob Daviau designed Stranger Things. We played it today. I think we had quite a bit of a mixed reaction to it, but we're going to play it a little bit more and see how we feel. Anything else to talk about in the channel before we get started today? Jonathan Warner's given a link to his thing. Dispaminite says, Rob is good at making existing games into Legacy games. Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, Seafall, which was Rob Daviau's holy grail of a game, completely flopped. I keep meaning Greg had an idea that we would go through Seafall and maybe open it up and try to play it cooperatively or something. So we may look into that. Yeah, Leacock is a genius. It's true. Now, Leacock has a new game. Greg has stopped into the channel. Leacock has a new game coming out soon called Daylight, a cooperative game focused on climate change. But Greg was telling me that the new Legacy Ticket to Ride game, which looks pretty impressive, was actually designed by Leacock, Daviau, and who is the other person? It's not Eric Lang, but it's someone else quite famous. Greg, who is the third person involved in Ticket to Ride Legacy? That's going to be a game that, Alan Moon. That's going to be a game that captures a lot of people, introduces a lot of people to Legacy games, because Ticket to Ride is very popular. And it's intriguing, even though I've had some bad experiences with competitive Legacy games. And Charterstone was the game that made me realize, okay, it's not that I love all Legacy games, it's that I love all Legacy cooperative games. But that's a whole discussion for another day. All right, so we have to pick which Deadbolt Mystery Society box we're going to play. So let's go to the picture here. Now, I'll remind you that I just recently subscribed to Deadbolt Mystery Society, so we will be getting new boxes as they are delivered, and we'll probably play those new ones when they come, but we're working our way through the back catalog. All right, so it's time for the audience to vote on what game you'd like to play. Does anyone have any games you'd like to suggest so that we have a couple to choose from? Let me put up the vote so you guys can... There has to be a better way for me to put this up so it doesn't go on top of the image. Not sure what the way to do that is. We'll have to work on that in the future. Theo Colley says Toy Maker. Matt says Lamplight Theater. We played the Lamplight Theater. We played Lamplight Theater. Okay, so let me remind you. I know that Entina wanted to play Flashback, which was the 80s ones. Or, no, it was Nicola wanted to play Blast from the Past. Blast from the Past? Yes, Blast from the Past. what did I want to put up while you guys are... So you can type vote and whatever box you want to play. I did want to make sure I didn't forget to show you... let's see here. So let me take the vote off the screen for a second. You can still vote. So here's a little list that Nicola made for us to keep track of these Deadbolt games as we play them. So Nicola actually made links to the playthroughs and added the date that these were released and their difficulty level. And if you go to the Deadbolt site, you can see little capsule descriptions of these. But, so I know Nicola wanted to play Blast from the Past, and it feels like because Nicola has created this great spreadsheet, I would lean towards going with Nicola's choice. However, I will note that that's a level of 8 difficulty, about as well as high as they go, except for the collector, which is at 9. But everything else, most of the ones we play are about 6.5s or so. So 8 could be a difficult game. Matt says, Blast from the Past works. So does Jonathan. Okay, but you... If we play Blast from the Past an 8 level difficulty, I got to know that I'm going to get some help here, that some of the top people are going to be here with me for a while. So, Nicola, you're going to be here for Blast from the Past? All right, sounds like we're going to play Blast from the Past. All right, so Nicola will update that. We'll go back to the voting. It looks like it's Blast from the Past, which is an 80s themed Deadbolt Mystery Society game. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to play Blast from the Past. So I'm going to clear this. We're going to end the vote. We're going to come back. Okay. It's right over there. All right, so we're going to do our normal thing where we go down to the top view. Whoa, what's happened here? Oh, I've left the lens caps on. Okay. So I'm just going to go get it. I think it was called Flashback. There's 2 games that seem to be set in the past. There's Flashback. All right, so I see I was getting myself confused about these 2. So Nicholas says Flashback is from the 90s and Blast from the Past is from the 80s. All right, but we're playing Blast from the Past. All right, let's get ourselves settled here. Anyone else up to any interesting projects before we start? Remember to like this video if you want to see more of these videos. Oh, this angle's a little harsh from this camera. I was just experimenting with the little side camera since I have this spare camera here. It's a little weird. Okay. I guess we'll just get started here. Blast from the Past. Okay. So normal rules. remember how these work. They always are exactly the same. Do everything. You have to solve all the puzzles before you start. How to use the QR codes, and to remember to that some puzzle pieces go with others. Okay. Let's take everything out of this box. All right. So quite a bit. There's a little pin here. It says senior class of 86, it looks like. All right, let's read our beginning brief. Little sticker. All right. Winslow Snyder has been the principal at Valley Falls High School for nearly 10 years and was also a student from the graduating class of 86. He's always been regarded as a no-nonsense administrator who doesn't tolerate mediocrity or rebellion in his students. This is ironic, given the fact that he was a notorious slacker in his day who was more concerned with hair metal bands, video games, MTV, hanging out at the mall, skateboarding, and the movies of John Hughes than school. Snyder has ruled over VFHS with an iron fist, and although he has never been well liked by the students, he has nevertheless been successful, as the school is always ranked near the top in terms of test scores and academic achievement. Snyder was discovered dead in his office at 8:35 p.m. on the night of Friday, June 4th, by Ginger LeBrock, the homecoming queen of 86 and the head of the reunion committee. Based on the evidence presented at the scene of the crime, Snyder was in the middle of sending an email when he was killed. The email draft auto-saved at approximately 6:26 p.m., which is presumed to be the approximate time that Snyder was killed. Snyder was strangled to death with some sort of rope or fabric. No fingerprints were found at the scene. The email draft he was sending had no address in the address field, and a search of his sent files revealed nothing else of suspicion. It is believed that the email was the second of two communications. However, it's unclear what form the first communication took. The body of the email read as follows. In our previous conversation, I told you about finding the evidence of what you did back in '85 during our latest school remodel. You were very clever where you hid the incriminating materials. In our previous conversation, I also listed my demands and told you what I wanted in exchange for handing over the documents I found. But you haven't responded, which is unfortunate for you. I saw you watching me earlier, and the look on your face told me you've received my initial communication. You know the information I found is damning and will ruin your future. It will probably also land you in jail, but in case I wasn't clear, I'll outline the things once more for you. I've hidden the evidence of what you did in 3 places as a bit of insurance for myself. As I told you initially, for $100,000, I will hand over everything I have. Once you've wired the money to the overseas account I've set up, I'll tell you where to find the evidence. We can close the deal after the reunion is over and then get on with our lives. It's in your best interest to... It is presumed that the garbled bit of text at the end of the email came as Snyder was being strangled to death and was the result of his struggle. It's believed that there is no true significance in this. It's believed there's no true significance in this. I guess they're saying it's believed there's no true significance in what he typed here. Although them saying that makes us very suspicious that maybe it is. Since Snyder graduated with the class of 86, the reunion attendees were all classmates and even, in some cases, friends of his. We can deduce that his killer was among the attendees. However, the reunion didn't begin until 7 p.m., and the only people in the school at the time were members of the reunion committee, who were busy setting everything up. Speak to Ginger LeBrock to see what you can learn about the other committee members who were on site at the time Snyder was strangled to death. We have successfully determined that Ginger couldn't possibly be the killer, even though she was there at the time of the murder. She was broadcasting a live video on the Valley Falls Class of '86 social media page from 6:25 p.m. to 6:40 p.m. This broadcast was seen by over 100 people. Okay, there's our setup. So he's Class of '86. They were at their reunion. He's now a principal of the school. He's found some incriminating evidence against one of his fellow classmates from '86, and he's trying to blackmail them. He sent an initial blackmail letter, which they can't find. But they did find the new letter that he was writing, that was a draft that was saved at 6:20 whatever. That's when they think he was killed. He was strangled to death with some sort of rope or fabric, but no fingerprints were found, and presumably no murder weapon found either. And then we're given this little clue about his final message and a belief that it was random. If you look at a keyboard just quickly, AS, those are right next to each other, but then the L, K, S, the SJ, those are on opposite sides, so it seems like it could be random, but then the BLIEN seems awfully specific. That doesn't look like random typing, that part. And then a bunch of Ds. Anything else in there that I've missed? Okay, then it says, it's definitely going to be one of the reunion attendees. But then it suggests to us that it's probably one of the members of the committee because no one should have been there on site at 6:26. And then it gives us a pretty hard alibi for Ginger LeBrock. She's live streaming. So that sounds like she couldn't have been the one to do it. All right. Jonathan says, I like how it sounds like the blackmailer feels this is almost too much work. Let's just get this blackmail over with and we can all get on with our lives. I was hoping this one took place in the 80s. Okay. I graduated high school in '87. Although I didn't actually graduate in '87. I went to Bronx High School of Science in New York City. I left for my senior year and went to a sort of combination high school college program at Clarkson University where I had a great time and didn't go to classes and got kicked out. And eventually, after driving my parents crazy, did go back, get my GED, and go to college and grad school. Okay, but I was officially class of '87. All right, what else do we have here? Some cutouts that looks like... So the previous Deadbolt Mystery Society game, we played a game where it had punch-outs for people and helped us move them around spatially on a map. This looks like it's the same idea, except here we have to cut them out ourselves if we want to use these. That's nice to see that they're going in a direction where you don't have to cut. Okay, looks like we're going to find our suspects here. We've seen this formula used by Deadbolt Mystery Society before, where we've got our suspects and then a little statement from them. Except look how clever this is. This time it's got like items from their yearbook. Yearbook quote, favorite memory, favorite teacher. Okay, so let's see who we got here. Minnie Franks, Wilma Datlow, Heather Hilton, Harold Park, Marshall Bradshaw, Elmer James, Burton Fitz, and Carrie Ann Conroy. So these look like they might be photos that they would take at the reunion rather than their original. This is not their high school photo, but rather reunion photo. All right. And some quotes and stuff from everyone. We'll go back and read this a little later. Okay. So this is going to be a QR code to hear some audio. Shall we listen to that now? You know, this is the part where we find out if my audio setup is going to work right away, or if it's going to require me going to the computer, etc. All right, let's try to listen to this audio and see if we see anything. See if we hear it, or see if, well, you guys will always be able to hear it. But the question is, will I be able to hear it? All right, let's see.
Thank you for listening to the 80s Rewind Hour with Sonia on 99.9 The Fury. You just heard tracks from Huey Lewis and the News and Survivor. I have Def Leppard and Tina Turner headed your way in a few moments. But right now, here's a track from the incredible Stevie Wonder to keep your day going.
Really? How is that helpful to us? Let's listen to that again.
Thank you for listening to the 80s Rewind Hour with Sonia on 99.9 The Fury. You just heard tracks from Huey Lewis and the News and Survivor. I have Def Leppard and Tina Turner headed your way in a few moments. But right now, here's a track from the incredible Stevie Wonder to keep your day going.
Okay. That didn't seem particularly helpful. I guess we learned the name of the broadcast station and the person who's doing the broadcast, but without further information, that is useless to us. All right. Well, at least the audio worked. All right, let's see. So let's just do a little quick overview. We've got our little collector's card here that we don't read because it may give something away. Let's put that off to the side. We've got a little video rental card made out of plastic. We've got an envelope that says Awesome 80s Super Hits. Looks like a VHS box cover. Do not open until instructed. Then we've got another VHS cover. Do not open until instructed. Okay, and the rest of the stuff is ours, and we've got a nice big map. So let me jump ahead to this map for a minute. Then we don't forget where we have our pin and our sticker. All right, let me put the envelopes off to the side. We're not allowed to open those. Let's get out this map. This is actually a little bit similar to the case we just played, it seems. With these tokens that we can move around to keep track of where people are. I wonder if it's just a coincidence that we've got two games that are similar. Okay, so here's our map of the high school, I guess. Auditorium, history class, math class, art class, band hall, principal's office, front office, library, teacher's lounge, janitor's closet, English, computer lab, cafeteria, Spanish, restrooms. These were back in the olden days when you had male and female restrooms. Gym, parking lot. Okay, the Valley Falls Druids. That's the name of their team, I guess. All right, let's just leave the map out here while we go through this. And where is our introduction? Are we told where he was found? In his office. Found at 8:30, but presumably killed at 6:30. So he's the principal. So I guess we think he was killed here at 6:26 or so p.m. All right, let's look. Let's continue through this. Winslow Snyder, principal, Valley Falls High School. In case of my death, I set this message to be sent to my printer if a certain amount of time has passed since I last checked in. If you're reading this, it means I am most likely dead. I played with fire and got burned. But I was smart enough to leave evidence that will lead you to my killer and reveal why I was murdered. I have hidden the evidence in 3 locations throughout the school. Clues for your investigation. With each piece of evidence, I left a note about the person I was blackmailing. These notes should help you know more about my killer and who they are not. I also left a message for the person I was blackmailing using the boombox and DJ case. Figure out the message and you'll know who is not my killer. Just don't get it mixed up. Okay, so that audio we heard on the boombox is the message he left for the person I was blackmailing. Figure out the message and you'll know who is not my killer. Just don't get it mixed up, whatever that means. I'm not sure who, but I saw someone in the reunion committee slip out early on and they have not come back yet. I used to love renting movies. Sadly, I can't do that anymore, but at least the local library still has some of the classics. P.S. There was a mess up at the printer and the school maps did not come in correctly. The classrooms were supposed to be orange and the bathrooms were supposed to be gold. That's a little weird because I see. So maybe it's saying it got printed opposite. It says the classrooms are orange. They do look orangish. And the bathrooms were supposed to be gold. I'm a little confused because that kind of looks like what they are. Although I guess this kind of looks gold, but this doesn't look orange. So I'm a little confused about why he's saying there's a mess up. Oh, let's see. What's this backside? When the time comes, cutting out the puzzle will help you form a physical Rubik's Cube. That's my nostalgia coming into play. However, moves will not happen like in traditional Rubik's Cube. Make sure you follow my directions to know exactly how things will change. And if you choose not to cut out the puzzle, it can be solved the way it is. Interesting. So it's saying we could cut this out. Maybe we'll scan this and cut it out. But even if you don't, you can still solve it the way it is. I mean, if you made this into a cube and then you followed it, this would come out onto this one. But I suppose we'll worry about that later. It says when the time comes. It looks a little, I mean, not just a little, it looks quite a bit like this thing here, right? Like this looks like this. Like there's auditorium, cafeteria, and then pathway. But I'm not sure what this is all about. All right, let's put that with our instructions. Let's take a look at what else we got. So this is a napkin. And you all know what game this is, right? Is there anyone who doesn't know what this is from? I mean, I say what this is from because it's quite obvious what game this is from, but obviously not the original Space Invaders, because original Space Invaders wasn't in color, and these are far too detailed. Normal Space Invaders was on a smaller pixel resolution, but some version of Space Invaders. There's nothing written on it, but perhaps we'll have a puzzle that has to do with the color scheme. Blue, yellow, red, blue, yellow, red, blue, yellow, red. All right. Strange. Space Invaders had color overlays on the black and white monitor, says Nicola. The real Space Invaders certainly wasn't at this high resolution, though. I don't think. And those look a little different. All right. Let's see what we've got here. Roll on in for the best nights of your life. Friday nights at roller days. Okay. Some color scheme here that could be important. Color scheme here. What's this? Okay, looks like there's some letters, partial word letters associated with each symbol. Sounds like maybe we could make words if we knew what order to combine these in. I see secret, go, etc. But we don't know how to combine these yet. All right. Here's an interview with Ginger LeBrock, who we were told we should talk to. We were told also that she has a hard, ironclad alibi. Let's see. Interview. I was furious that Snyder hadn't shown his face after an hour and a half. He was supposed to be helping me with the reunion. He was a slacker when we were classmates, so I'm not sure why I expected more from him now. Anyway, I went to look for him. Of course, when I found him all blue and dead in his office, it explained why nobody had seen him since we started setting up for the reunion. Couldn't all this have waited until after the reunion so I wouldn't have to deal with this mess? It's terrible that a member of the committee is probably responsible for his death, but it's not really all that shocking. Even after all this time, most of my classmates are still losers. Color me not surprised. I had hoped that some of them would have made something of their lives since graduation and become people I actually wanted to hang out with. Most of them are still bottom feeders. This reunion is the only reason I'm having contact with any of them. Of course, now one of them is about to add convict to their short list of credentials. Wait until I tell the girls at the country club about this. Since I'm president of the reunion committee, I got to assign everyone's roles to them. I tried to utilize everyone's very limited skills to get this done. Here's who's doing what. Maybe you can figure out which person goes with which role. Shouldn't be that difficult unless you're just as pathetic as they are. This girl's got an attitude. I don't think I like it. I don't appreciate it. Well, the captain of the football team was in charge of parking and the valets. It's sad about this one, really. Back in the day, he was a hunk. Now he's more of a chunk, if you get my drift. Time does change a person. Unfortunately, not for the better. So it sounds like what we could do is say, okay, so the football team, the captain of the football team, which is here, we could take this token and put it here in the parking lot. And then to remember that that's where he is. And then we could find out which of these people he is. It sounds like it's saying might be this guy. Because she said he's overweight. And if we look at his thing, he says, yearbook quote, "Da plane, boss, da plane," from Fantasy Island. His favorite memory is junior year when we won the state championship game against Crowley's Point. We clobbered them. Looks like something's written on this, or is that just a typo? I've learned to not write things off. It looks like it's just dirt. So not something important. Okay. Favorite teacher, Coach Hall. We used to watch the Rocky IV training montage all the time to get pumped. He bequeaths, I leave my locker to my little brother, Jamie. Maybe you'll turn out to be a legend just like me. Sports played. Maybe the question should be, what didn't I play? I played them all. GPA, my GPA is half of Carrie Ann's. Sounds like maybe the GPA is going to come into some calculation thing. Here's a quiz for you. What band, a little before the 80s, is famous for a song called Carrie Ann? Oh, among other songs. But Carrie Ann was a great song. And this is a great band. Who knows the answer to this? Famous song called Carrie Ann by this band. It's a band from the 60s. I'll give you that much. And we won't continue until you come up with, but you can't search on the internet. Jonathan Warner says, I do not know this band. Let me see. I probably giving you other songs by them is not going to help you. I recommend this song, by the way. Very cool song. I recommend the band too. All right, looks like nobody knows. All right, well, if nobody knows, I'll just give you the answer. The answer is the Hollies. Hollies, they covered some Bob Dylan songs, but they had some great original songs. Bus Stop and King Midas. King Midas in reverse. Okay. All right, let's continue down here. We'll revisit these probably. The class clown was in charge of setting up tables and chairs in the cafeteria. It's strange how the person who never took anything seriously in high school is now one of the most serious people I've ever met. It's like the clown got fired from the circus and caught a serious case of the boar rings. Maybe she really did leave her sense of humor behind. She seriously needs to take a chill pill. Okay, so we've got the football player. And now we're told about the class clown, a woman who's now super serious. Let's see, who might that be? That looks like class clown, but maybe she's serious now. Here is Carrie Ann Conroy. Yearbook quote, remember kids, you can't have slaughter without laughter. And now you know, and knowing's half the battle. Little quote from, that's a little slogan that used to be on some of the message ads on Saturday morning cartoons and stuff. Okay, favorite memory, Halloween 1985 was epic. It was epic. Oh, and A Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Revenge came out. Favorite teacher, Mr. Brown. Bequeath, I leave behind my sense of humor and comedic timing to Justin. May he use it well. Oh yeah, he can also have my VHS copy of Short Circuit too. Johnny Five Alive. It's a little movie about a robot. Sports played basketball. I have the same GPA as Burton. So maybe this is our class clown who's gotten very serious. I think that's probably right. All right. The cheerleader was in charge of the punch and refreshment tables in the cafeteria. Of everyone on the committee, this person has aged the best, like fine wine, really, and I'm not normally one to hand out compliments. Of course, they still aren't as attractive as me. They should have gotten rid of the members-only jacket after high school like they said they would. Apparently, poor Carlos ended up empty-handed. I'm not sure I understand what that Carlos comment is. The cheerleader, huh? Who is our cheerleader person? Drama Club, GPA, filmmaking. This is our filmmaker. Sounded like she was saying a woman. Cheerleader. This person is aged the best. They should have gotten rid of the members only jacket. Is this our members only jacket? Basketball. Don't know. We'll have to look more into that. Maybe you guys have an idea. Maybe it's a man and not a girl, as I assumed. Here. Harold Park, did he age the best? Because he bequeathed his members only jacket to my best friend Carlos. You will be a senior next year. You got this, Carlos. Okay. So he's got a quote about gremlins. Never feed me after midnight. You've seen the movie. You've seen what will happen. He let us play Duck Hunt. That's a Nintendo game that had a gun, a light gun that you would shoot at the TV. GPA is the same as ours. Okay, so there's our cheerleader. The valedictorian went to the library to decorate. This person is probably the most disappointing to me of all my classmates who have returned to Valley Falls High. We were friends at one point, but now the valedictorian doesn't even act like they know me at all. How rude. It's almost like they had a nervous breakdown and turned into a different person altogether. Of course, that's true and all, but it's no excuse. So is this a little suspicious that they're acting like they don't know me? That maybe this is someone like not the real person? I was so close to being valedictorian. Okay, well that's not right. And they have a pretty high GPA. Is this the valedictorian? Not the best and I'm not the worst. So it's either this person or this person. GPA is 4.2. Take the first digit and the last digit, you'll get mine. So probably this person, but we'll have to see. The drum major was in charge of decorations in the band hall. Can you say, hey there, little lady, how about I put you in a good used Honda Accord? It has only 120,000 miles. Wait, I'm sorry, I was channeling the drum major for a moment. Like a terrible fitting blouse. I never need to slip into that persona again. It was equal parts sad and pathetic. Seriously, gag me with a spoon. So the drum major. Who is our drum person? Best band director. This could be our drum player. Say hello to my little friend. That's from Scarface. The look on everyone's face freshman year when they found out Jake was able to skip 2 whole grades. Favorite teacher, Mr. Drummond, best band director ever. I leave my Chuck Taylors to whoever's unlucky enough to find them. I forgot about them. They're currently sitting in a random gym locker. I bet that thing reeks. Chuck Taylors, I believe, are shoes. Played football and bowling. GPA is a whole point lower than minis. Okay, Burton fifth. The mascot was in charge of setting up the arcade in the science lab. Job seemed like it would fit since he was all about video games and science back in the day. What a geek. Okay. In charge of setting up mascot, in charge of setting up this arcade. Here's a filmmaker person. School spirit ribbons, chemistry. Legend of Zelda video game. How do we know which one is the mascot? Sports played, none. Baseball on the NES. So this sounds like our video game person. Dream and filmmaking. It doesn't say anything about being a mascot though. Well, let's just put her off to the side for mascot for a second. The student body president was in charge of the bar that we set up in the cafeteria. I chose this person for the job based on their experience. Not as a bartender, you understand, but as an expert on alcohol. Take that for what it's worth. Okay, who's our alcohol person? This is another video game person, so that's possible. No mention of alcohol. Any sign? Did we mislabel someone? Anyone else talking about alcohol? I don't think so. All right, we'll come back to that. Let's read the next one. The president of the Audio-Visual Club was in charge of photography in the gym. Work it for the camera, right? Of course, I was going to put this person in charge of the photo booth and the reunion photography. They know their way around a camera. Even I still can't believe how much they've changed since graduation. Well, that sounds like it's the film person. Where is their film person? Was that someone else that I... Here's the person who's interested in cameras and cinematography. So maybe this is our audio-visual film person, which would mean someone else would be the mascot in charge of the arcade. Well, here's another person that likes Legends of Zelda. Filled with video games. Chemistry and physics to life. He's the reason I love science as much as I do. No surprise that Weird Science is one of my favorite movies. Amazing movie. Who doesn't love Anthony Michael Hall? My collection of school spirit ribbons. That's mascot person. Mascot was in charge of say there. Okay, school spirit ribbons. That's mascot. Okay, track and field. I'm not the best and worst. Okay, so there's our mascot. There's our audio visual cinematography. That would make this be the student body president who knows about alcohol. Let's see. By the power vested in me by Valley Falls High. No, forget that. By the power of Grayskull. That's a reference to a cartoon He-Man. Time I cut St. Mr. James' class to go see Back to the Future. Miss Zuniga. Social studies. She let me borrow a Beastie Boys tape. My parents wouldn't even let me buy it. My mantle, authority, and leadership to whomever is worthy. May you govern the student body well. Okay, well, that's very clear then. She's the student body president, which was the bar person. Okay, so that solves that. So I think we know uniquely who each person is. You could put Post-its. Yes, let's. Now that we've identified them all, we may want to mark them and put them where they are. But let's do our little Post-its, and then we'll take a little break here. So I'm going to put little Post-its on each one of them, and we'll just write down what their specialty is, or which role they played according to Ginger LeBrock. Now we got to take this case a little seriously because it's rated at 8 difficulty, so one of the harder ones. That means may require us to pay closer attention and take better notes. All right, so this guy was our football guy. Where's my stuff here? Okay, so we're gonna say football, charge of parking. Charge of parking and valet. That's the job she gave to him. Okay. The next was our class clown who bequeathed her sense of humor. So Carrie Ann Conroy is the class clown. And the job she was giving is setting up tables in the cafeteria. So the football guy was in the parking lot. She's in the cafeteria. The next guy is the guy who ages well. Members only jacket. Cheerleader. Okay, so that's our cheerleader. Although you could argue that the cheerleader would have the team spirit, but no, he talks clearly about his members only jacket. Okay, where is he left? Punch and refreshments in cafeteria. Okay, there's 2 people now who were assigned to the cafeteria. One setting up tables, one in charge of refreshment. Next up is our valedictorian. Most disappointing. This is the person who pretends not to know me. I'm just going to make a note about that. Pretends not to know Ginger, because that seems a little suspicious to me. And she's sent to the library to decorate. Okay. Next up is Mr. Drum, the guy who goes to the band. This is the drum major. Okay. Charge of decorations in the band hall. Okay, so we know where he was sent. Next up is the mascot. And where is he sent? The arcade in the science lab. All right. This is going to be our student body president. No, this is our audiovisual person. This is our student body president. Okay. Student body president in charge of the bar in the cafeteria. So another person in the cafeteria. She's our drinker. And then lastly is the AV club person. She was put in charge of the photo booth. But where is the photo booth? In the gym. Okay. So we know where all those places are on our map, and we could cut these out and put them where they are, which we will do at some point. But first, it's time for a break. So we'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Not exactly a challenge yet. No puzzles even, just sort of some very, well, I wouldn't even call it deduction, but it is a little angle towards getting us, introducing all the characters and suspects to us by having us figure out who's who. It seems like that's just a way of making it a little more engaging. And Tina says we could calculate the GPA. Yes, I'm sure we will have to calculate their GPAs, but maybe let's wait until we're given it as a puzzle or something we have to figure out. But what I did do is I did make a scan of and cut and print out these and cut them out. So let's assign these. So here's victim. So I guess we think the victim was killed in the principal's office. Then we've got the president. This is going to be the valedictorian here. The film major. That's going to be the cheerleader. This is going to be the mascot. Remember, this is the Valley Fall Druids is the sports team. So that's going to be a druid mascot. That's going to be for the class clown, the drum major, and the football player. So we could actually assign these to where they were sent. So the football player, who's Marshall Bradshaw, he was sent into the parking lot to be a valet. The AV club was sent to the gym to run the photo booth. The student body president was sent to the cafeteria to run the bar. The mascot was sent to the science lab to run the arcade. That's over there. The drum major was sent to the band hall to do decorations. The valedictorian was sent to the library to decorate. The cheerleader was sent to the cafeteria to do refreshments. And the class clown was sent to the cafeteria to set up tables. So there we have where everyone is. Now the only problem is these are gonna jump around if we don't figure out a way to tape them down. So let's just use these to sort of attach these. I don't know if they'll stay, but we'll see. Maybe if I move this map off the area in front of me, they'll stay. All right, so I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll just move this up and out of the way for now. All right. So that's our map. We can bring it back down when it's time to work with it. That seems to be a pretty good solution. Let me check out my side camera again. I turned down the brightness a little bit. I don't understand when you watch people on YouTube, like the more professional YouTube channels, they'll cut to this view where they're looking at the camera. I don't understand. What's the idea there? Like, what's the philosophy of filmmaking where they're not talking to the camera? That just seems weird to me. Now, I will give you a little editing trick that you might not have thought about. Occasionally, you'll hear, oh, we were getting camera audio in the side camera. Thank you for, let me just see if that's true. Yes, I see. it's the side camera audio you're hearing from the camera instead of the overhead mic. Okay, I can fix that. I'll fix that another time. There's no reason for us to go to that side camera. I was just experimenting with it. Here's a little editing trick that you may not know about, but you might pay attention to once I tell you. Have you ever seen a video where someone will be talking and then it'll cut to a close-up of their face as they're talking, or maybe it'll switch to a side angle or a different angle when they're talking? Now, sometimes that's just for variety. However, much of the time what you're seeing is a little trick to make you not notice that a splice has been made. So imagine you're talking, the person is talking, and they say some stuff that you want to cut out during the edit, right? Like maybe they'll ramble on for a couple seconds or they'll misspeak. It's very easy to do a cut, splice something out, and have the audio not be detectable in the audio. If you have some silence before the splice and a silence after, it'll seem seamless, but even if there isn't total silence, you could drop the volume, whatever. So it's very easy to splice out something in editing and have the audio seem continuous, but not so with the video. If you just splice out that section and you're looking at a person like you are looking at me, and you splice out section, you see a very noticeable jump in the video, right? Your hands are here 1 minute and then it cuts and your hands are here. So the trick is to change view at the point of that splice for a little bit, and then you switch back. So having the multiple camera angles allows you to hide any splicing, because at the moment of the splice, you switch camera angle and then you don't have to show the person the splice. So next time you see a switch in view, see if you can pick up, have they spliced something out? Is that why they've switched view? All right, let's go back to our game here. So this is Ginger telling us how she assigned everyone a job. And maybe she snuck in some other information here, but it says maybe you can figure out which person goes with which role. Okay. So, but maybe in addition to doing this, she snuck in some information. She snuck in some information to us about who likes to drink. And she snuck in this weird thing about this person who doesn't recognize us a bit. Turned into a different person altogether. This makes me feel like the fake person was sent. We actually had the first Deadbolt Mystery Society game we played, called The Cabin, had a reunion that had a little bit of this vibe. All right, let's put this off to the side. Blast from the past, class of 86, 35th year reunion. Roads, where we're going, we don't need roads. What movie is that from? There's Pac-Man, obviously. I have a feeling the real appeal for this box is less the mystery than the nostalgia. This is Back to the Future? Back to the Future. Is that right, that this is from Back to the Future? Let's open it up. Let's see what we've got here. Welcome back, class of 86. Hey, we did always say, I'll be back. That's from Terminator. Bar and refreshments are in the cafeteria. Photo booth is in the gym. 80s trivia from the Golden Girls, Magnum P.I., Cheers, Knight Rider, Moonlighting, and more in the band hall. Okay, I'm hard to admit, but I know all of these. Got some arrows here that are interesting. Games featured at the arcade in the science lab: Parallel Dimensions, Pac-Man, Super Mario Brothers, Tetris, Donkey Kong, Defender. Defender was one of the coolest video games ever made, arcade games. I don't think I know what Parallel Dimensions is. Obviously, I know the rest of these. I don't remember Tetris being from this time period. I felt like Tetris was later, but I don't know what Parallel Dimensions was. More of these triangles. This looks like a little bit of a clue. Like this is Tetris, but it's obviously something weird. It almost looks like this is telling us about some color schemes. I'm not sure what sense to make of it though. Movies available in the library: Beverly Hills Cop, Blade Runner, The Shining, Purple Rain. Chat says, apparently cheerleader didn't give the jacket, or the jacket was lost because Carlos didn't get it. Yeah. Okay. And then we have what looks like an actual puzzle here. Can you find the prize? We've hidden it somewhere in the school. The grid below will be used, but it is not the first step. So some other step. There's a real Space Invaders guy. Whatever, boombox, not even, totally, airhead, psyched, tubular, dudette, awesome. So just little phrases. What you talking about, Willis? That's from a show with Gary Coleman called Different Strokes. That was his little catchphrase he would use to his brother Willis. What you talking about, Willis? Okay, so this is part of a puzzle, but not the first step. And I don't know what these are all about. They seem very suspicious, though. Very interesting, though. We haven't actually encountered a puzzle yet. Let's see what we've got here. Okay, we've got a tracksuit sale, 50% off all tracksuits, 25% off parachute pants. He's got a boom box or something he's dancing on. It is just like Jake back in 9th grade. Well, I noticed there are vowels missing. So these look like maybe vowels have to get filled in. It's just like Jake back in 9th grade. I'm not sure what that's referring to. So I'm not sure. Aha. Nicholas says, boy, you guys are good. Nicholas says, is it a -9 Caesar cipher? I think that's a very good guess. In other words, go move everything back 9 spots in the alphabet. Go back 9. Have to rotate the C around. All right, well, I'll get out my Caesar cipher thing in a second, and maybe we'll try that out. Not a bad idea. Let's just put that aside for now and look at the rest of the stuff. Unlock the DJ's case. Okay, so this is a puzzle. We need to know the answer for. Let's see what it says. Just place a 1 in front of the radio station and you are set. Now it's time to party. Okay, so we were told by our guy in his initial letter, I left a message for the person I was blackmailing using the boombox and the DJ case. So our boombox audio was here. And here is the case. And to unlock the DJ's case, it says just place a 1 in front of the radio station and you are set. So it's a 4-digit code, and we heard in the audio what the radio station was, 99.9. Thank you for reminding me. We could listen to it again just for the hell of it. Where's my thing? Let's make sure we got that right. I think you're right, but we might as well listen to it again.
Thank you for listening to the 80s Rewind Hour with Sonia on 99.9 The Fury. You just heard tracks from Huey Lewis and the News and Survivor. I have Def Leppard and Tina Turner headed your way in a few moments. But right now, here's a track from the incredible Stevie Wonder to keep you.
That just gives us to 1999. So shall we just try that? Okay. Just place a 1 in front of the radio station. Okay. All right. So 1. Takes a while to wake up. 199.9. 1999. Okay. All right. Let me just do my normal thing here. Protect, save, remove security. Okay. Once you realize the combination is a reference to the Prince song from the 80s, 1999, you unlock the case. Inside the case, you find the song list for the reunion. Okay? So we've got 8675309. That's a famous song. Uptown Girl, Billy Joel, Private Dancer, Part-Time Lover, Material Girl, Thriller, Power of Love, Looks That Kill, Rock of Ages, Girls Just Want to Have Fun, Crimson and Clover, an amazing song. Does anyone know what the original band that recorded that song? Joan Jett's version is very good too. Original band was Tommy James and the Shondells, I believe. Footloose by Kenny Loggins, I'm Still Standing, Elton John, Eye of the Tiger, Survivor, and Careless Whisper by Wham. Okay, so here's our song list. No obvious use for that yet. Surely we'll get a puzzle where we'll need that. I don't think we've encountered that yet, though. Let me just close that extra file. Okay. Well, it sounds like we've handled that, though. All right. Should we note the songs from the band mentioned on the on her broadcast? It's true. Some of them absolutely were mentioned. We might want to print it out and mark them with the order. Okay, I think you're right. Let's do 2 things. Let's just let's print it. Okay, we'll print it. But let's also take a screenshot. Let me see, I thought I could do it this way. There we go. All right. So we can print it and draw on it if we want. All right, but for now, we have no use for this. All right, let's keep going. So this is pretty cool looking. Look at what this looks like. Okay, so it's an arcade cabinet. It's a ship, and it's just blank. And I don't believe it's the thermo stuff. It seems like we might actually be putting stuff on here to solve this. I'm not sure what game this spaceship. It almost looks like Galaga or Galaxian, 2 amazing games, but not quite. So I don't know what that's from. But this is very interesting. Like, it feels like we're going to be putting stuff in this space. But right now, nothing to do. This we could solve soon. Okay, let's look at, we've got 2 cards here. Video rental with a numeric code. Can you see that there are numbers crossed off here? Raise rent a movie. 98943 are crossed off. And left are some other digits. 9s, 8s, and 4s and 3s. Okay, well, this is a bit of a clue. We've got 1 3 is crossed off, but 1 3 is not. So it's not that certain digits are being crossed off. It's that some numbers are crossed off, some aren't. Nothing on the back. Then we've got a library card for Winslow. Well, here's a photo of our murder victim. Winslow Snyder. And his ID is Leo Trickier. 15147. So who knows what this is? This is a recognizable pattern. What is this pattern? 15147. Who can tell us? And Matt says, I wonder if the napkin fits in here. It sure looks like it does. Sure looks like it does. We've got red and blue, so maybe that's what that is about. Crossed numbers all have a thick bar on top, says Matt. Yes, you're right. The crossed numbers all have the thick bars on top. Wonder what that means. Well, I don't know what this is. I thought for a second, I was thinking it was the digits of pi, but it's not. 3.1415. So I don't know. It's almost like digits of pi, but no, it's not. 3.115147. Okay, I don't know. I almost made a fool of myself. All right, let's continue. Where is the first piece of evidence? Use the last initial of the suspects you have cleared in alphabetical order and the evidence location. No spaces, no caps. Did I check the back of the library card? Thank you for reminding me. So the back of the video rental is blank. Let's see if there's any thermo stuff here. No, and I can see it's not. Okay, the back of the library card, that's good because I did miss it. Doesn't seem like it's anything, but it is some shades of colors that might be relevant. Leo Trickier, 15147. All right. So we don't know what to do with that. And then this is telling us when we've eliminated some suspects, the last initial of the suspects you have cleared. Okay. Well, we don't have that. Who left and where did they go? Use the last name of the person who left and the name of the place they went. Okay, so I don't think we're ready to solve that, but this one we got a clue about, right? He said to us, I'm not sure who, but I saw someone in the reunion committee slip out early on and they've not come back yet. I used to love renting movies. Sadly, I can't do that anymore, but at least the local library has some of the classics. P.S. There was a mess up at the printer. The school maps did not come in correctly. Classrooms were supposed to be orange and bathrooms were supposed to be gold. That's a little bit confusing. All right. Who left and where did they go? All right, well, I don't know how to answer that. But let's look at the last of our things here first before we continue. So we've got a sticker that could just be a sticker. Might not even be part of a puzzle. Although in the past we have used the stickers as puzzles. But this surely looks like it's part of a puzzle. Let's see what this is. Come to us to get your fix. Senior class of 86. Come to us to get your fix. Senior class of 86. Nothing jumps out as usable there. Let's see. Chat says, can we double check the part where he talks about the tape and the song list? I sort of thought it said the song list could eliminate some suspects. Okay. Maybe you're right. All right, let's look at this more closely now. Here he is talking about his thing. In the case of my death, I sent this message to my printer. I left evidence to lead you to my killer in 3 locations throughout the school. And then he gives us these clues. He says, each piece of evidence, he's got a note about who he's blackmailing, and that should help you eliminate people. And then he left a message for the person I was blackmailing using the boombox in the DJ case. That's the list of songs. Figure out the message and you will know who is not my killer. Just don't get it mixed up. So maybe if we figure out the order of those songs, that will tell us who's not the killer. Then he says, someone slipped out. They have not come back. And then he gives a bunch of clues we don't quite understand. When the time comes, use this. All right. And then these envelopes we're not allowed to open yet. All right, so let's look at what we could solve. We don't know how to use this. This we very well might be able to solve using a Caesar cipher. Then we've got this one about the roller derby. Okay, so I do notice something here. There's a tiger here. And I think one of our songs was Eye of the Tiger. So I wonder if the songs are the songs in an certain order, either the order listed on the playlist or on the radio station, are going to tell us to put these together. But let's see, are the rest of these clearly songs? One was Tommy Two-Tone, 8675309. That's a phone number. I don't see what that would be. Private Dancer. There's a dancer. Thriller, which might be this. So let's see, I can give us the top down. All right, let's see if we can do these. If that's right. I'm not sure it is right. It's not clear to me. Maybe it's just the songs on the radio. You think it's just the songs on the radio or all of these? Should we listen to the radio again? Let's listen to the radio and write down the ones from the radio. Let's do that. I don't think we need to know all of them. Let's just listen to the radio. Someone write down the songs already?
Thank you for listening to the 80s Rewind Hour with Sonia on 99.9 The Fury. You just heard tracks from Huey Lewis and the News and Survivor. I have Def Leppard and Tina Turner headed your way in a few moments. But right now, here's a track from the incredible Stevie Wonder to keep your day going.
So I have Huey Lewis, Survivor, Def Leppard, Tina Turner, and then Stevie Wonder. However,
thank you for listening to the 80s Rewind Hour with Sonia on 99.9 The Fury. You just heard tracks from Huey Lewis and the News and Survivor. I have Def Leppard and Tina Turner headed your way in a few moments. But right now, here's a track from the incredible Stevie Wonder to keep your day going.
so let me just point out something you may have picked up on. That's right. And Tina is saying what I was going to say. Stevie Wonder is in the middle. And Jonathan Waters said it also. You guys are too good. So in other words, she said she listed them in this order, but then she said, you just heard Huey Lewis and Survivor, and coming up is Def Leppard and Tina Turner, but first is Stevie Wonder. So that sounds like 1, 2, then Stevie Wonder in the middle, 3, and then Def Leppard and Tina Turner. Okay. Okay. Then comes Tina Turner, who is singing Private Dancer. And then comes Def Leppard, which is Rock of Ages. Okay, now let's go down to the table and pick out what these are. Okay, Power of Love. Is that just our heart here? Eye of the Tiger, that's that one. I wonder if Power of Love is something else. Okay, well, let's do the ones that are clear. Eye of the Tiger is SECR, surely. Part-Time Lover, where is that? Part-Time... Part-Time Lover. Over 2, probably this one, part-time, right? Half of time. Also, that makes sense because ETGO. We initially said this one, then this one would make sense. So I think that's what we've got there. Private Dancer is going to be this one, unless we had Flashdance or something. So do we think it's the SON? Is this our Private Dancer or is this our Private Dancer? Power Button is going to be Power of Love. Okay, Power Button. That makes a lot of sense. IKN. Okay, I Know Your Secret. Okay, and where's our Rock of Ages? Rock of Ages, is that this one here? Two symbols for each title. I see. That would make sense since we're otherwise not going to get it spelled out. Okay, that's much, otherwise we don't have enough words. Okay, so I see. So Power of Love, I know why. Okay, so I see. So that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so power, two symbols for each thing, or at least two. So I know why. That's our first two symbols for power of love. Eye of the tiger. All right, so there's our eye, our, and tiger, S-E-R, secret. Okay, next is part-time lover. So there's our part-time, E-T-G-O. And then lover is this part-time lover. That's this one, right? O-D-G. Okay. Private dancer. Okay, so where's our private? Here. D-P-E-R. And dancer is there. S-O-N. So something is probably wrong with this. This is probably not part-time lover. Probably this one. Instead of ODG, it's probably BA. Your secret, go bad person. Although I'm not sure. Okay, let's just keep going and then we'll figure it out. So private dancer sure looks like it's this and then this. And then rock of ages. So there's our ages. Where's our rock? Rock is going to be music, so is it going to be this one? Rock of ages. This looks like different ages. I guess this is rock for rock and roll. But if that's right, it would be R-A-D for rock, and then ages, E-S-B-A. I know your secret. It's either good. That doesn't work. I know your secret. Go bad person. That's not right. Wonder if, okay, so somewhere we must be wrong here. Oh, I see. I didn't do the right. I didn't do my Stevie Wonder in the right order. So, oh yes, I did. Okay, let's see. What did we do wrong here? Swap the last two. Rock of Ages. So you think E-S-B-A-R-A-D. No. Okay, I'm misunderstanding then. Oh, swap the last two songs. Why is Tina Turner is private dancer. She should be last. I see. And Rock of Ages is Def Leppard. All right, so I wrote these in the wrong order. So we've got R-A-D-E-S. E-S-B-A, and then D-P-E-R-S-O-N. I know your secret. Go good grades, bad person. Okay. I know your secret. Good grades bad person. All right. I know your secrets. Good grades, bad person. I left a message for the person I was blackmailing. Figure out the message and you will know who is not my killer. So who's our good grades, bad person? Okay, I guess now we need to calculate the GPAs, although we know the one person who is... We know the one person who's the valedictorian, but maybe it's time for us to calculate all the GPAs. My GPA is the same as Elmer. Okay, so these two have the same GPA. I'm not the best, I'm not the worst, but if you average the GPAs of Wilma and Burton, you'll find my average, okay? So there's Burton and there's Wilma. So these two are the same GPA. Let's figure out a good way to do this. Whole point lower than Minnie's, and here's our 4.2, okay? So her GPA is 4.2. Whole point lower than Minnie's, okay? Where's our Minnie? Okay. I was so close to being valedictorian, I don't know a GPA could go that high. I lost by 0.2 points. Okay, so here's our valedictorian. She lost by 0.2 points, so we know hers is 4.0. That's Minnie. So her GPA is a point lower, so we know hers is 3. This one says, if you average the GPAs of Wilma and Burton, sorry, Wilma and Burton are these two. If you average these, you'll find my average. Okay, so this is 1.1 difference, so what we want is 0.05. So I think we got 3.055. No, that's not quite right. One 1.2, so 0.5, 0.6, 3.6. 3.6. I believe that's right. 0.6, 0.6, yes, 3.6. Okay. Who's next? Same as Elmer's. Where's our Elmer? Okay, so this person is also 3.6. I have the same GPA as Burton. That's this guy. So this is a 3. And let's see, next up, my GPA is half of Carrie Ann's. Where's our Carrie Ann here? So this guy has a 1.5 GPA. And then lastly, take the first digit of Harold's GPA and the last digit of Wilma's and you'll get mine. Okay. Okay, there's Wilma's. The last digit of Wilma's is a 2. And the first digit of Harold's, which is a 3. So she's a 3.2. Okay, let me transfer all these to the fronts. 3.6, 3.6, 3 GPA, 4.2 GPA, 3.2, 3, 4.0, 1.5. There's our valedictorian with 3. Okay, so we can get rid of these things on the back whenever we want. Okay. Sorry about that. So let's see. What puzzle were we given that we needed the GPAs? I've forgotten by now. Oh, this one. Good grades, bad person. I mean, does that mean we should be ruling out the one with the best grades? We've got someone who's quite close. Seems like you could, if someone told you someone has good grades, you would be happy to mark the 4.0 person as well. Maybe we're meant to think best grades. Well, the other thing about the 4.2 valedictorian is what Ginger tells us. She says, we were friends. She acts like she doesn't know me. How rude. She's a different person. Whereas the student body president, expert on alcohol. I don't know. Would you think that that means we get rid of this person right here, the one with the best grades? Um, Not the first step. And this would be the next puzzle we could solve. Let's say that Wilma is our best candidate for elimination based on GPAs. But let's work on this one for a second while we figure out. So if we think this is a Caesar cipher going back by 9, we can do it this way. So 32 minus 9 is 23. And then C goes to 20. That doesn't seem right. I guess that does not seem right then. That would be WT. What if we go forward 9? That would put F to O. C to L, W to it'd be easier if I got out my little thing. Let's do it that way. It sounds like the chat has come up something more clever. I think someone mentioned that their favorite memory was to look on other people's faces when Jake skipped 2 grades. So 2 forward, just like Jake back in 9th grade. That's a very clever. Jake was able to skip 2 grades in his freshman year, 2 whole grades. So if he is skipping 2, let's do it that way. So A turns into a C. Okay, and then our message is, if that's right. So F goes to an H. C goes to E. W goes to Y. K goes to M. G goes to I. L goes to N. N. I. E. Hey, Minnie. Okay, well, this is clearly the code. Someone's talking to me. He's talking to Minnie. Okay. M. E. E. R is going to be T. Meet. You. Meet us. Meet us. At. E. P goes to R. E. R. L goes to N. Then we have an I. E. and S. Hey, Minnie, meet us at Ernie's. Okay, so that's what this says. Hey, tracksuit sale. Okay, hey, Minnie, meet us at Ernie's. But how does that help us? That doesn't mean she's eliminated, right? Does it mean, is it a clue that this place is named Ernie's? Not clear how to use that information. We did figure out good grades, bad person. Someone slip out. I used to love renting movies. I can't do that anymore. At least the local library has some of the classics. Where's the first piece of... Oh, is this going to be Ernie's? Is that what this is? Use the last initial of the suspects you've cleared in alphabetical order. This sounds like we need the 4 people cleared to do that one. Use the last name of the person who left and the place they went. I don't know how to do that one. Let's see what the chat says. One of the QR codes asked us who left and where they went. Did Minnie go to Ernie's? Use the last name of the person who left and the place they went. It would make sense that it was Minnie going to Ernie's. You think that's it? That's the, it's, I guess it makes sense. I don't love that this isn't, like if we were told this was found on the floor of the person who left, then I would assume that. But I guess it's a little ambiguous why this note meant someone left. But I think you're probably right. Let's try this. Let's see if this wants her last name and the name of the place they went. Let's see if that's right. If it's not, we'll put it aside. All right, who left? And we're saying the last name is Minnie Franks. So Franks. And the name of the place she went is Ernie's, Ernies. Let me make sure I decoded that last letter right and didn't just jump the gun. The last letter is an S. Huh. Ernies. Let me just make sure. It seems like that's it. The last name of the person who left. You know what? It's caps lock on again. I don't know why this keyboard does that. Okay. So Franks went to Ernie's. I gotta watch that. That's dangerous. All right. Let's make sure. It's like we've got a growing list of things to check. One is like for the thermo ink, and the other one is to make sure the caps lock isn't on. All right. Let's see what we've got here. When you arrive at Ernie's, a local pub, you show a photo of Minnie Franks to the bartender. Yeah, I saw her come in here around 5. She left about 7. I overheard her say something about ditching work and only showing up for a party. Okay, so that's it. She's been cleared. She's there between 5 and 7. So Minnie is got an alibi. So that puzzle is done, and Minnie is completely in the clear. Okay. Now going back to our thing here. Each piece of evidence I left a note about the person I was blackmailing. These should let you know who they're not. Okay, so I guess this one about the good grades, we know. Okay. So this helps us solve. Remember, we said it could be this one with good grades or this one. Well, we've ruled this person out based on their location alibi. So then this is our only person left with good grades. So that she's the one that's excluded based on good grades, bad person. So she's the second person alibi that is not the blackmailer. So that's 2. So we've solved this one about the DJ message, and we've solved the person who left. So we need 1 more, and then we'll be able, or 2 more, and then we'll be able to solve this piece. 2 more, because we're going to need 4 people. I guess not necessarily. This game we don't know necessarily 4. Okay, so we've got this puzzle. And then we've got the school color possible puzzle, which I didn't really understand. All right, let's see. Let's see if we can figure out what this is about. So he says, I used to love renting movies. Sadly, I can't do that anymore. But at least the local library has some of the classics. There's no QR code here. I don't think this is scannable. Let me just put this in here, see if it recognizes it. No. Okay. Remember that we're hoping to get to eliminate someone. So who would we eliminate? Nine 8943. Shall we see if we can spell something out with those letters? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is an E. I. E. So that would be E-I-E. I. 989 E-I-E-I. T-O. That doesn't seem right, but what if we... Okay, what if we counted from here? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. K, C, K, C, no. Can't very well start at 0. 0, 1, 2, 3 would be 2 LT. Of course, you could count up here. I used to love renting movies. Sadly, I can't do that anymore. But at least the local library has some of the classics. Leo, trickier. Leo, trickier. 7. Sounds like the chat has figured something out. I'm almost reluctant to look here. You guys are getting so good. You're stealing the thunder here. Let's see. Locker 14. You cross out parts of ID that correspond to the crossed out barcode. I see what you're saying. Okay. So in other words, I was on the right path, but rather than putting together a phrase by looking at the crossed out digits, you're taking away letters. So if we write Leo, TRCKIER 15147, and then we start crossing these out. So we cross out 9, 1, 2, let me just 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So you're saying first cross out the ninth letter, then the 8th. That doesn't make sense. Unless you keep counting in. Cross out the second letter in the ID because the second digit of the barcode is crossed out. I see. So it's not based on number. Let's see. So let's see the logic of that. There's 15 letters in the ID. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so that's how your brain would figure this out if you were being smart, which Jonathan Warner was. So in other words, 15 letters here, 15 here, so they just correspond. So the second digit is crossed out, and the next, those two, we skip 2, then we get that one's crossed out, the last one is crossed out, that one's crossed out, that one's crossed out. Sorry, I made a mistake. And that one's crossed out. And then you get LOCKER 14. Okay, pretty clever. That's a pretty clever puzzle, actually. I like that. I like that you can notice that there's 15 letters here, 15 letters here. Pretty clever. Okay, locker 14. So locker 14. So it's going to be someone's going to mention on the back of their card that they've got locker 14, isn't it? That's what I would expect. Is Chuck Taylor's, whoever's unlucky enough to find them, I forgot them, they're currently sitting in a random gym locker. Then he says, I leave my locker to my little brother. Maybe you'll be a legend just like me. Who has locker 14? Two people mention lockers. I'm not going to even look in the chat. You guys just solve these things before I even have a chance. Let me think about them. I left my Chuck Taylors. Whoever is unlucky enough to find them, I put them in a random gym locker. This person says, I leave my locker to my little brother. Maybe he'll turn out to be a legend just like me. Who would we know? Who would we be able to guess had locker 14? Is it mentioned in here? Let me see who these two people are. Burton Fitz, the drummer, or the football player? No mention about his locker. Drum major. No mention of locker there. Let me think. So each one of these, he's ruling someone out. I used to love renting movies. Can't do that anymore. At least the local library has some of the classics. So we combine these two, we get locker 14. That should let us eliminate someone. So the idea was to find who has locker 14. If we look at these, maybe I overlooked someone else mentioning a locker. Two people have lockers, mention lockers in their thing. This one is little brother. Is this the one that where we were told? Where's the one where we were told he skipped a grade? Because maybe... I don't remember. We told something about his brother. My little brother Jamie, you'll turn out to be a legend like me. Hmm. All right, let's look in the chat. I'm sure someone else has figured it out. Nope. Okay. Who would have locker 14? And why would we know that they've got locker 14? Don't forget, we think there might be something here. Anything in these photos? Chad says, is there any other piece of evidence we haven't used? What about this? Get your tricks, class of 86. Sticker. Uh, Games featured in the arcade in the science lab. Some weird Tetris thing here. Movies available in the library. This is a clue related to the movies. We need to find a way to associate locker 14. Let me just make sure we understand this right. Where's the first piece of evidence? Because you might think the answer to this is locker 14, but it says use the last initial of the suspects you have cleared in alphabetical orders and the evidence location. Okay, so maybe the evidence location is just going to be locker 14. Maybe that's what we got out of it, just that this is locker 14. And that isn't meant to eliminate someone, it's meant to tell us the location. But now, does that mean maybe we have the answer to this? Use the last initial of the suspects you have cleared in alphabetical order. I mean, we've cleared these two. So the question is, it's weird that it doesn't tell us how many people we should have cleared. So is it possible that we have our answer and that it's DF locker 14? Is it possible that we've just eliminated 2 people? I have hidden the evidence in 3 locations. So is that our 3 locations? These 2 people and the 1 movie? It seems worth a try. Yeah, okay. So let's try doing this. Let's see if that's what it wants. If so, then that's the easiest thing to do. All right, here we go. So 2 people eliminated and 1 location gives us the 3 things. And then we'll take a break. Okay, so we're gonna say it's Wilma and it's Minnie Franks and Wilma Datlow that were eliminated. So the last initials in alphabetic order is DF. So DF, all lowercase. And the evidence location is OCKER14. You think this is going to work or not? Let's try it. No. And caps lock isn't on. So maybe we are meant to eliminate 1 more person. This is a little bit unusual for Deadbolt Mystery Society. It's pretty rare that we get a puzzle where we don't know how many people we're supposed to eliminate. All right, but we need to take a break here. So we'll take a break. We'll come back in 8 minutes. We'll see if we can't figure out what this game wants from us. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I scanned and cut out the Rubik's Cube when we're ready for it. So someone in the chat had someone that's new to us here, Glenn C, had a very interesting idea. And Glenn says, could it be that the code we read that said good grades, bad person was telling us that we should eliminate the person with bad grades is not going to be the bad person that we're after. It makes some sense because of how the introduction, the weirdness of the letter from the guy saying that he's going to direct us to the people it isn't. What did I... Oh, sorry, I need to go get it. I left it on the scanner. So it's actually a very clever idea because the way he describes what he's doing is, I left a note about the person I was blackmailing, and they should help you know more about who they are not. So I think this makes a lot of sense. So this is a note, the part about good grades, bad person, sounds like that one of the people that the person who did it has good grades, and that should help us eliminate someone. So I like this idea. So we're going to stick with our elimination of Minnie, but instead of eliminating Wilma, the valedictorian, we're going to eliminate the one person with terrible grades, which is Marshall. And we're going to say, okay, he's eliminated. We've still got this weird problem about how many people there are to eliminate, but we're going to try this with these two now. I like this idea. I hope you're right. That would be pretty satisfying and quite clever. It makes sense when you think about it because good grades, bad person, we would have been trying to eliminate a person that's bad, and we don't have any information that she's bad. In fact, she seems like she could very well be the culprit because of that little hint about how she seems like a different person. All right, so we're going to try this now. I like this a lot. If I had to guess, I would guess that this is going to work. Nicholas says, I love this idea. Okay, so now our two initials are B and F, and then locker 14. And Nicola was saying you need to find a way to have it show find a PDF reader that shows this so the typo is wrong. And Nicola is also saying it's also useful because we were talking about when we found the person with good grades, it felt like there were a couple that could match that criteria, whereas there's only one with really bad grades that we should be able to eliminate. So this does make sense. Okay, let's see if this is right. Here we go. All right, pretty sweet. Very nice work, Glenn. That's pretty neat. You have little luck opening locker 14. The door is stuck and won't budge an inch. Marshall sees your plight and smacks the top of the locker 3 times before the door pops open. Some things never change. Pretty sure these are the same lockers we used when I was here. You just have to give them a love tap. With the locker now open, you examine the back panel and found it is able to detach with a little finessing. Inside, you find a newspaper from 1985. Valley Falls Observer, page 4. You were a good athlete back in the day, but now you have to run from the law. Ha ha ha. Valley Falls University student killed in hit and run by David Hopkins. A hit and run resulted in the death of a Valley Falls University student. Felicity Hawkins, who had just turned 20, was found outside of her vehicle. She had been flung through the windshield as a result of the impact. It was ruled that she died almost instantly due to severe head trauma. She was pronounced dead at the scene. Hawkins was driving southbound on Highway 23 towards her parents' home, according to Hawkins' boyfriend, Joseph Lorenza. Lorenza claimed that Hawkins left his house after having dinner with his family and was going back home when the unidentified vehicle sideswiped her. The only real pieces of evidence are a few streaks of red paint residue from the wreck and the knowledge that it was likely a large vehicle responsible for the damage to Felicity's Ford Pinto. At this time, there are no suspects, and the investigation is ongoing. You may now open the first envelope. Okay, so that was pretty clever by Glenn and makes a lot of sense. And it's a good reminder that you should think about what the question is asking you, not just what solution, what answer to a puzzle comes out. All right, so you were a good athlete back in the day. Now you have to run from the law. So it seems like it's giving us a clue. This is obviously talking about the person. This is the evidence he's found to uncover this person's past criminal that he's blackmailing them. So we know that our suspect was a good athlete. And it seems like we're told that they had a red paint car, probably red paint from their car that hit. And it has to be a large vehicle. So these are clues about our suspect, or the person that was being blackmailed. Large car with red paint. Highway 23. And do we have a date? Yes, September 15th, 1985. Okay, these are clues about our eventual suspect. And we're now told we can open the first envelope. Okay, let's put our clues about our suspect off to the side. We've eliminated Marshall Bradshaw and Minnie Franks. I'm going to put them off to the side as well. We think we've probably used these cards as much as we need to. We haven't used our Rubik's Cube yet. Okay, these things we haven't used yet. But we have used this. Okay, envelope 1 we can now open. So envelope 1, envelope 2. All right. Music videos of the 80s, VHS, video hits, sweet memories. All right. It's a sticker, you are out of this world. Science type sticker, nothing on the back. Survey box, there's a 3-digit lock on the box. Drop your survey here. Okay, so in case I forget the combination for the box, Winslow said it was the total number of squares on all faces of a Rubik's Cube times the number of spools in a cassette tape plus the number of letters in the 6th word of our class motto. Does he really think that makes it easier to remember? All right, well, we've got our Rubik's Cube. We can count the number of squares on it. Although I suppose it's saying that some of these are the same. They mean the number of faces. The number of squares on all faces. Okay. All right. The number of spools on a cassette tape, 2, I suppose. What's the number of letters in the 6th word of our class motto? Not sure we have encountered that yet. Perhaps we have and I've forgotten it. So we might be able to do this one now if we have the class motto, but I can't remember. Maybe we're going to see it. Okay, and then we've got one of these things. Does anyone remember, has anyone not know what this is, not made one of these as a kid? But I don't know what the name of it is. What is the name of that thing? And has anyone not made one? Okay, so this looks like, if this is like our first set of puzzles, this will be the final step of this envelope. The last initials of the two most recent suspects. So now we know we're going to eliminate two suspects. And then the last word for the evidence location. So same pattern. Two suspects eliminated and a location. That's probably going to end this chapter. So let's see. Jonathan says, is it just called a fortune teller? That's what Theo says. It's called a fortune teller. Okay, I never knew the name of it. Okay, so here's our person we eliminated, Marshall. He's got a witness statement. Listen, I know you're in the middle of an investigation, but could you do me a favor? Ginger LeBrock had everyone fill out a questionnaire before the party started. She's going to read them aloud and see if we could guess who was who. We obviously didn't get a chance to do that part. I was really hoping to find out what Wilma's favorite movie was so I could ask her out. I know it sounds childish, but I had a big crush on her in high school. And we're both single, so anyway, can you get into the questionnaire box for me and find out what Wilma's favorite movie is? I would ask Ginger, but she's very judgmental and I'd rather avoid her. If you do this for me, I might be able to do you a favor. Okay, so he's just telling us why he wants to get in here. He's telling us, he's giving us a reason to get in here. But we didn't really need a reason. And he says he's going to do us a favor. What is Wilma's favorite movie? So it seems like first we'll have to get into here. Then we can answer this. And here are pictures of cassettes, so you could see there's two spools. Episode 35, an 80s reunion. In a high school far, far away, the class of 86 meets to celebrate their 35th reunion. June 4th, 2021 at Valley Falls High. So, is this the... Come to get your fix. This isn't... Is this our... Yeah, I guess this is our reunion. I was thinking, is it the previous reunion? No. Episode 35. Okay. And here we have some code here. Looks a little bit like what he was typing on his keyboard when he died. Doesn't it? Where is that note? Did I put it away? Surely I didn't. I need to find that. Somehow, oh yeah, here. Kind of looks a little similar. All right, well, we don't know how to decrypt this yet. I see some English words in here. Lied, bead, next, dog, guy. Maybe just coincidence. Star Wars. Trying to look at this differently. No, let's put that away for now. Here's witness statement number 2 from Minnie Franks. I know I shouldn't have ditched my work, but I got that message to go to Ernie's. The guy doing food was almost done, so I thought I'd get him to do my job too. So I asked for his help and then slipped out while he was distracted. I left him in the cafeteria to finish setting up the drinks. The other person that was in the room with me headed to the restrooms. I saw Elmer going into the math room. Burton went to the gym. Wilma stayed where she was, and Heather went to the teacher's lounge to find some light bulbs. As I was dipping out, I saw Marshall go into the library. That's all I know, because I didn't come back until the party had already started. Wish I could say I meant to do that, but it was just coincidental. All right, so this looks like it's telling us how everyone here moved around. So when we're ready, we might follow her instructions to move everyone to their new places. It's not clear what we need to do with that information, though. So let's just put this aside. And here is Parallel Dimensions. The reason why we didn't recognize this video game amongst the others is because it's clearly made up. Start, beginning weapon. And you're trying to rescue the princess. Let's see, here's the rules. How to play Parallel Dimensions. Play as the interdimensional traveler Ted. Your goal is to save the princess. You'll start the level with a hammer. As soon as you enter a room, your weapon will change red. Red rooms swap it forward, and blue rooms swap it backwards. If you enter a red room with a hammer, it will change to a sword. But a blue room would change a hammer to a blaster. Okay, so if you're carrying a hammer and you enter a red room, it changes to a sword. If you're carrying a sword and you enter a red room, it changes to a blaster. If you're carrying a blaster and you enter a red room, it changes to a hammer. And then the blues go in the other way. In order to progress forward, you will need the right weapon for the job. The hammer beats the robot. The sword beats the dragon, and the blaster beats the alien. If you're unable to beat the opponent blocking your path, then you'll have to go a different route. You can only move down the path, no backtracking. That's pretty clever. All right, so let's look at this. You start with a hammer. If you go down here, you die, because a hammer... Oh, sorry. You go down here. As you pass through here, your hammer goes red into a sword. Okay, so you'll have a sword when you meet the dragon, you'll kill it. If you go here, your hammer will turn into a sword and you'll die. If you go here, your hammer will turn into a blaster and you'll be able to kill the alien crab. So you could go down this route or this route. But if you go down this route, you have a sword. And if you go down this route, you have a blaster. All right, so let's see. If you go down this and you have a sword. If you take a sword down red, it turns into a blaster. So you could live. If you go like this and this, you have a blaster and you kill this guy. You clearly can't go down like that because your sword turns into a hammer, I guess. Yes. Okay. But if you go down here, you get a blaster. And then if you go from blue to a sword, so you could go down this way too. So you could either go down this way and have a blaster or this way and have a sword. Now let's see. If you have a sword and you go down here, that would give you a blaster. So that's not going to work. So if you have a sword here, blaster fails, sword won't work there. But you could take the sword. Sorry. Yeah, you could take the sword down to here and kill this robot. You know what, I guess? Let's see. I wonder if it's almost easier to go backwards. All right, let me try it from here. If you kill this robot, you have a hammer. if you take a hammer through a red, you get a sword. So if you have a hammer, you can't go down this path. And then if you have a hammer and you go red, you get a sword. So that can't be right. You won't kill either of these. So you're not coming down this path. Or this path. So you either have to be here or here. Did I figure out? Let's see. You kill this guy with a blaster and then you go blue, which gets you to a sword. Okay. So I think you end up here with the sword. And if you're a sword and you go red, you get to a blaster, which kills this guy. So I think that's our path. I think you kill this guy with a blaster, kill this guy with a sword, kill this guy, and then sword turns to blaster. All right, so I believe what we've got is 2 red, 2, then 5, then blaster turns into a sword, 7, then the sword goes red to blaster, which is 10. So that's the path that I have. Let's just make sure that works. Hammer, red goes to sword and kills him. Then sword, red goes to blaster and kills him. Then blaster, blue goes to sword and kills him. And then red goes to blaster and kills him. And then we save her. So 2, 5, 7, 10. And in the channel, they're talking about that thing. According to Wikipedia, it's also known as a cootie catcher, a chatterbox, a salt cellar, a whirlybird, a paku paku. I don't remember anyone ever having a name for it. Yeah, that's this. I'm in the same position, but that's weird. Kids, you would think, come up with names. All right, 2, 5, 7, 10 is the code I have. Does anyone want to disagree with me before I make a fool of myself and get this wrong? That's a pretty clever little thing here. I mean, pretty thematically spot on. Okay, here's our arcade unlock. And according to me, 2, 5, 7, 1, 0. Okay, high score. So look what we've got here. We've got an alibi. D now has a timeline alibi because she got the high score in the arcade during the time of the murder. So who is D? Well, who is D? I know someone referred to Lilith, but D, huh? That's interesting. DEE timeline alibi. Let's look back here. Has anyone talked about as having a nickname of D? Oh, maybe we just need to know who was in the arcade. How's that? I bet it's just, I bet if we follow Minnie's, I'll bet if we follow Minnie's thing, because we know where the arcade was set up in the science. Setting up the arcade in the science lab, that's the mascot. So let's see if we hear. Headed to the restrooms. Elmer went into the math room. Burton went into the gym. Wilma stayed where she was. Heather went to the teacher's lounge. Now, who's our mascot? Yep, okay. So, Elmer is the mascot. Oh, no, I was wrong. I thought Elmer went into the math room. I was going to... What's on his arm? I was going to say that... I thought it was going to say that the person in the science room stayed put. Let me just see. What's that say? Anything? Not really. So I thought we were going to get lucky and the person who was in the science arcade stayed there. But she does say Elmer went into the math room. So I don't, otherwise we could have assumed that Elmer was in the arcade and it would have been him. But the fact that he didn't stay there, means I don't know who got that high score. Okay. The chat says maybe we can move on and worry about this later. There's only one person with an initial D, but I don't know if this is correct. So if we went by initial D, it would be Wilma. I wonder if we could do it by process of elimination. Let's see. Elmer went to the math room. Let's say if Elmer went to the math room, I'm not sure we can use this to eliminate. Well, let me just see if it works out. If Elmer went to the math room, then he couldn't have been playing in the arcade. Burton went to the gym, so he wasn't playing in the arcade. Wilma stayed where she was. which was in the library, according to our map. Heather went to the teacher's lounge. Marshall went into the library. Well, he's already eliminated. That's all I know. So Harold, Park, and Carrie Ann could be our people with the high scores. Doesn't help us. Could be either of these two. So I don't know how to answer that. The other person that was in the room with me headed to the restroom. So actually, they were both in the cafeteria, but one was setting up refreshments. So I think this person, we're told by her, to finish setting up drinks, this person went to the restroom. Carrie Ann Conroy was supposed to be setting up in the cafeteria. I left him in the cafeteria to finish up drinks, so he stayed in finishing drinks, and the other person goes to the restrooms. Well, now I'm confused, because now they all seem to have been not in the science lab. So I don't know. Jonathan's heading out. Okay, well, that's fine. All right, well, we'll come back to this just as Nicholas suggests. But it feels like we should be able to know where they were. Maybe that just means that let me just look at this one more time here. I left him in the cafeteria to finish setting up drinks. Okay, so that's our class clown. Asked his help. Finish setting up drinks. Right, okay, that's this guy. The other person that was in the room with me headed to the restrooms. I'm going to move these people. So she goes to the restrooms. The class clown goes to the restrooms. Boy, this is going to be a little tricky. Class clown goes to the restrooms. The cheerleader stays fixing up drinks. So she's there. Elmer goes to the math room. So Elmer was here. He goes now to the math room. He went to the math room from the science room. Burton went to the gym. Burton is the drum major. So he leaves the band hall, goes to the gym. Wilma stayed where she was. Wilma was in the library. She stays in the library. Heather went to the teacher's lounge. So Heather, who was in the gym, she goes to the teacher's lounge. Right near the science. Why is it zooming in? It's seeing some colors. To find light bulbs. Then she sees Marshall, our football player, go into the library. Okay, this person here. That's all I know. These purples stay there. She sees Elmer. Go there. Burton went to the gym. Wilma stayed where she was. Heather went there. He stayed there. So it feels like everyone she saw, one person went right near the science center, and that's our girl, Heather. And D was the black daughter in different strokes. So if I had to guess, I think this is our high score woman who was hanging out right near the science room. But that'd be a little hard to swear on. So I guess we put it aside for a second. But surely we're going to need to know where all these people went at some point. All right, so I think we've got one of the people eliminated, if I'm right. But I might be wrong. So now, what have we got left? We've got, I suppose, this one. Faces on a Rubik's Cube, number of spools, plus the sixth word of our class motto. Where do we find out the class motto? Is that something we were told and we can't remember? Is it here? Is this the motto? Roads, where we're going, we don't need roads. We did always say, I'll be back. Can't be I'll be back, though. We need sixth word. I mean, it's got quotes everywhere. So why would this be it? Class motto, huh? Number of letters in the 6th word of our class motto. That's not a motto. How can this be a motto? Where we're going, we don't need roads. I guess so. I don't love it, but all right, let's figure out our number and then we can maybe take a guess. All right, the total number of squares on all faces of a Rubik's Cube. So if we just build our Rubik's Cube, but we don't need to build it, right? There's 9 squares on 6 sides, right? 4, 5, 6. So 6 times 9 is 54. Unless that's a trick question. The number of squares on all faces of a Rubik's Cube. You could think of it as a trick question that each of these would be like, these are squares, plus this is a square, and this is a square, this is a square, this is a square, and this is a square. So I suppose your alternative theory could be there's 9 on each side plus 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So if you wanted to do 14 times 6, that would get you 84, if you wanted to be tricky about it. So 54 if it's straightforward, 84 if it's not. What's your guess? Number of spools is times 2, so that would be 108 if you did this one, or 168 if you did this one, plus the number of letters in the 6th word of our class motto. All right, well, if this is the class motto, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 would be 4. So if that's right, this answer is 112. This answer would be 172. If that's right. All right, and you think it's just, we should just be counting the small squares, huh? It's a little, I don't like the fact that there's 2 different ways. And then we don't even know if this is it, but let's give it a little bit. Let's give it 2 tries, and then we'll have to rethink it if it's not right. Oh, look at this. 3-digit code. Well, both of these are 3 digits. That's promising. All right. I'd like to hear guesses about which one you think it's most likely to be. Sounds like most of you think it should be the 6 times 9, 54, huh? All right, so if you're right, if it's 6 times 9, 54, then our total should be 112, if you're right. Well, you're right. Nickname D. Favorite movie, Jaws. Favorite song, Heaven is a Place on Earth. How close did you get to your high school dreams? Not close in the slightest. Biggest change since high school? That I no longer let people define who I am. Think from the past you wish you could get back. My parachute pants. Why did I ever get rid of those? Those were the most comfortable thing I ever wore. Wilma. So was I right about who had the nickname D? No, I was not. Wilma, our valedictorian, is the person with nickname of D. And look, there's her favorite movie, Jaws. So I'm going to write that her nickname is D. Jaws. Okay, and where she moved to did not make any difference. All right, so we know who D is. That means she's got a strong alibi. All right, and her favorite movie is Jaws. And this is the person he wanted, right? Wilma's favorite movie. Okay, so she's alibied. We can put her with that. And now he wanted to find out her favorite movie. So when we're ready for that, we can scan this. All right. So we'll save this. And we will scan this. Seems a little weird, like a little bit trivial. He's going to do us a favor, huh? All right, we finished that puzzle. And we made use of that and that. All right, so we scanned him. So what he wanted to know is her favorite movie. So JAWS. All right. Let's hear what he says. Winslow Snyder was a big slacker back in the day. Only thing he really cared about back then was Star Wars. He was a slacker's slacker, if you know what I mean. If a lazy person only did half the work, Winslow could do only half of that. Half of a half, that's a fourth, right? I was never good at math. Anyway, back to Winslow. Despite his lack of enthusiasm for everything, unless it came from a galaxy far, far away, he was never one to let others push him around. He turned his enthusiasm for Star Wars into a way to pass messages between his friends while in class. It had something to do with taking the fourth or something. I see. I only thought of it because I saw the reunion poster on the ground earlier, and it had Winslow's handwriting on the back of it. May the fourth be with you. Ha, get it? Can you believe a holiday has actually evolved out of that whole thing? It's almost as crazy as Winslow becoming the principal of this school. Okay, so we now think we've got the fourth letter here, but it's not just this, right? It's also this message he sent as he was dying. So let's see what we can do here. Be better to Xerox to copy this, but let's see if it's the fourth letter, L, O, O, K. Okay. So L, O, O, K. What's the better way for me to do this way? There's our K. Okay. Look. Let's see. Look. 1, 2, 3, 4. How am I doing? Skipping 3. L, L, O, K. I, N, T, H, E. Look in the L, U, C, A, C. Look in the. Maybe I did that wrong. 1, 2, 3. L, I, B, R, A, R, Y. Look in the library. I, T, I, S. It is O, on, T, H, E. Look in the library. It is on the B, A, C. It is on the back. S, So the message is, look in the library. It is on the back shelf. Okay, that's the message he sent. We don't have that yet, though, but this is what we have. The last word for the evidence location. So I guess shelf. Is what I would guess we've got going on there. And have we eliminated 2 people? We've eliminated D. But have we not eliminated anyone else? So we still have someone else to eliminate? Is that right? But now let's see if we can decode the email. So I wonder if there's an easier way, if we need to know where to start. So if we start at the A, I'm going to need to write this out, or I guess we're going to need to write this out. A, S, semicolon, L, K, J, S, D, F, I, J, S, D, F, I, J, W, E, semicolon, B, L, I, E, N, B, L, I, E, N, S, N, S, L, L, K, S, N, S, L, L, K, and then D's. All right, so depending on where he starts, if we do every fourth, we get A, K, F, E. Doesn't seem like that's anything. A, K, F, E. I, S, L. Although A, K, F, E is A, K. I don't have anyone with those initials, but who knows? If you started somewhere else, though, or if you didn't count the semicolon, you get A, I. Not sure. I think we might have to put this away for now. Or is this the way to eliminate someone and we do need to do it? I already mistranslated it. AKFEIN KT AKFEIN. Okay, well, not sure what to make of that. I believe we've just eliminated the 1 because we knew the timeline. We've eliminated D, but we didn't know who that was. When we opened that box, we got her favorite movie, and we found out that her name was D. So that's what eliminated Wilma, all of that stuff. Then we got how to read his password, where we found the location. So 1 eliminated person and 1 location. But we need to eliminate 2 people. How do we do that? If we could figure this out, then maybe we could eliminate. Maybe that will eliminate another person. What other clues do we have to eliminate someone? We have the location to look and 1 person eliminated. Let's see. Here he talks about how he decodes stuff. That's fine. Why? There we go. And then here was Wilma's stuff. We've eliminated her, but how do we eliminate another suspect? The only way that seems obvious to me is by decoding this message here. Can we go backwards from the D? D, S, E, B, B, E, S, D. Doesn't really help us. Well, what does the channel think? Question is, where's the second piece of evidence? Use the last initials of the 2 most recent suspects cleared. That's confusing because we could use one of the people from the last session and our one new person. Is that possibly what it wants? We assume this would mean 2 new people. Surely that's what it wants, right? 2 new people. Surely it doesn't want our one most recent one and our one from the past that we already used to unlock. That would be craziness. Like, there would be no reason for us to have to prove the last person. I would point out this. We had no use for this. Is it possible this lets us eliminate someone? Because right now, this just let us move people around. Is there any way to use this to eliminate someone? Otherwise, we haven't made use of this. Okay, so, and Tina says something very clever. We did learn that the killer was good at athletics. You're right. You're absolutely right. Let's look at our remaining suspects and see if there's one who's not. I like it. Smart. Good memory and smart. Sports played soccer. Heather. Sports played none. Burton. Sports played football and bowling. Elmer. Sports played track and field. Carrie Ann, sports played basketball. I think you figured it out. I think you absolutely figured it out. We heard him make a comment that the killer was good at athletics. Therefore, the one person who doesn't play sports. I like it. I like it. Very smart. It's interesting how the sort of reverse way that these clues are presented is throwing us off. Okay, so now we've got 2 people eliminated. Wilma and Heather. And we know where the evidence is. So, the last initials of the 2 most recent suspects, alphabetical order, is D and H. And then we're told it's on the back library shelf. So I think shelf is the answer. So let's try this and then we'll take a break. Okay. So last initials in alphabetical order gives us D and F. Sorry, not D and F, D and H. D, H. And then shelf. Got it. You head to the school library and check the reference section on the back shelf. You're surprised to see the school still has encyclopedias. Not surprising, though, is the thick layer of dust covering the books, except for one. You pull out that book and find an invoice from 1985 in between the pages. In school, you always wanted to learn how to play an instrument. I guess behind bars, you'll finally have time. Okay, so let's be smart about this now. This means we can rule out anyone who did play an instrument. Right? So are we going to be able to eliminate anyone who was known to play an instrument? Okay, and then we've got an invoice here that we can't quite make out the name of it, but it's something looks like maybe a hair salon. From September 16th. Oh, after this person crashed their car, they went and there we go. Okay, there was a customer that came in and paid the full amount of the bill and added a generous cash tip for us to keep quiet about this transaction. But below are the details about what we did on the 77 red Ford F-250. So where's our suspect sheet? We know the accident was on September 15th, a large red car. Now we're told it's a 77 Ford F-250. Replace the hood, front lights, front bumper, and grille. $2,000 cash for the parts and labor. The tip was another $500. So it cost them $2,500. Hood, front lights, and bumper. It's something like Carl's Car Repair. It looks like something like that. Something's car repair. Okay. The customer said that if their parents found out about this, they'd kill them, so they wanted us to keep quiet about it. My lips are sealed for $500. You may now open the second envelope. Okay, we're on the home stretch here. Before we go to break, let's just eliminate the person. If there's anyone who already knew how to play an instrument, we know that can't be our killer. So this is the band director. So this person, I think, is eliminated because they obviously don't fit the criteria of always wanting to play an instrument but never did. This person, we don't know anything about any instruments, so they're still reasonable. This person, we don't know anything about instruments, so they're still a suspect. This person, we don't know anything about instruments, so they're still a suspect. So I think we can, using the same logic we've been doing, know that Burton is going to be eliminated in the next set. So let's just mark him specially. And let's take our break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. I think we might be able to solve it soon. I think one more session, we might be able to solve it. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, you're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing a game by the Deadbolt Mystery Society called Blast from the Past. We're in the third act here. I've built our little Rubik's Cube. We've got information about our suspect, good athlete. Doesn't play an instrument yet. We know about their $3,000 car repair. We know their secret that they were being blackmailed about, that they hit and killed someone in a car accident. We've eliminated 4 suspects already. That leaves us with 4 remaining. One person is already a musical instrument player, so he's going to be eliminated immediately in our third act. We have a bunch of stuff we haven't figured out yet, though. We don't know how to use this napkin. We don't know how to use this video game, though it looks like the napkin fits in it. We've got something at the back of this that we don't know what we're supposed to use this for. So it says it's not the first step, it will be used. We've got some interesting things that look like they might get used for something. I wonder if this is in fact like right, left, or right. I guess triangles don't have a right and up and down, so that's trickier. Okay, so we have that. We do also have a pin that we don't know if we're supposed to use it, but we've been told to open the next box. It's a rather substantial feeling box. Let's put all this stuff aside. Let's open our last box. Feels like it's got a lot of stuff in it. You may now open the second envelope. Okay, here we go. If you want to see more videos like this, I would appreciate it if you gave this video a like, but you use whatever philosophy you want to formulate about when to give videos likes or dislikes or whatever. Maybe you like this channel, but you don't like live streams or you don't like Deadbolt Mystery Society, feel free to give this a thumbs down. Okay, so we've got a sticker here of someone hiding in a coffin with a tear eye. We'll just put this with our other stickers that seem to be of no relevance to our case. Photo booth puzzle. The screen in the photo booth is asking for a password. The hint says, what does Simon say and what do you find under the desk? All right, well, we have no idea what that is. Here we've got a phone puzzle and a way to change letters into numbers or vice versa. This could be related to what his final words were. Maybe we translate those into digits and get a phone number to dial. Nothing else on this. Cabinet in band hall. Look for falling blocks to unlock. These are the letters you'll need. Okay. Well, this sure looks like this. Does this mean we need 3 letters? So if we look at the purple, it looks like it's an M. If we look at the green, it's a V. And the yellow is a T. So there we go. That looks like the answer to that. It looks like, to me, M, T, V, MTV. Mm-hmm. So it looks like we can open the cabinet in the band hall whenever we're ready. Continuing on, where is the prize? Well, he mentions, where does he mention where the prize is? We've heard that term, prize, before. I know we've heard the term prize before. The pin has triangles. Yeah, the pin has some triangles. Where have we heard him refer to the prize before? Map came in wrong. I'm troubled by the fact that this says prize, and I know we heard the term prize before. All right, we'll have to come back to it. All right, we've got another message here of letters in different shapes. They're all different shapes. Hexagon, pentagon, heart, square, triangle, circle, oval, star. And we've got pieces of gum. This is under a desk is what this is. What does Simon say and what do you find under the desk? This is where under a desk people stick gum. I believe this is what we're looking at under a desk. So if we do them in order, do we get S, T, or I don't know when the E comes in. S, T, no, sorry, S, there's 1. Maybe the E is 2. S, E, L, T. Wait, what about the O? I guess these aren't counting number of sides because the O has the same number of sides as an S. Maybe somewhere else we can find an order of these. Are these the outlines of the stickers? Boy, that's clever. Boy, you guys are too good. You guys are too good. And Tina. Oh, there's 2 stickers here. Okay. So these are our letters so far, at least. Boy, you guys are good. So it looks like our letters are S, S, O, T, S, S, O, T. Unless there's another sticker. That's a weird. Feels like there might be something missing. Tossed is a word. What does Simon say and what do you find under the desk? The prize was mentioned at the back of the pamphlet with the word grid. Can you find the prize? Excellent work remembering that. Excellent work remembering that. Okay. Can you find the prize? We have hidden it somewhere in the school. The grid below will be used, but it will not be the first step. Okay. So where is the prize? So this is related to this, but not in the first step. Okay. All right. Well, this is definitely the stickers, but it kind of feels like there might be another sticker unless you're thinking of a word I'm not thinking of. All right. Let's keep going here. Good work with the prize thing. Trophy case. The trophy display has a door on the back side that seems to be the only way to access the case. No caps, no spaces. Okay, so we need to know someplace to open a trophy. This is the one and only year we won the football state championship. Okay, well, I remember that. That's on the back of one of these. One of these people was talking about it. Junior year, we won the state championship game. So if it's a class of 86, that would mean they were seniors in 86. So that would be 1985, they would be juniors. Okay, I can see someone's calling my attention though. Hold on, let me just write this down. I guess maybe it'd be easier for me to use this. 1985. I believe that's right. Let me just make sure, and then I'm going to check in the chat in a second. Where did I put him? Where's our football player? Junior year, we won the state championship. Yeah, okay, so that's 1985. All right, let me see what the chat is trying to say. Check Nicholas' comment. Nicholas says, taking out the letters covered by the stickers, you get blue, red. I see. So rather than use the letters covered, if we cover these, we get blue and red. All right, good observation. Good observation. Boy, this game really rewards observation. Okay, blue and red. So that was interesting. Okay, let's put there here blue, red. It's blue, and then underneath the blue is red. Okay, well that might have to do with this, like blue and red or something else. All right, I think we might be done with this. The one and only year we won this football champion. I believe we know enough to answer this. This I think we used. We haven't unlocked anything with it. All right, where is the third piece of evidence? Use the last two words for the evidence location. Okay. We've got two witness statements. Okay, here's our, if you're all done with everything, you're ready to close the case, you need the name of the killer. Okay, we're saving that for later. We got two witness statements. Let's read what they say. Here's Wilma. So we cleared her, so she gives us a statement. I don't know much since the hallway lights were off and my vision in the dark is terrible, but here's what I remember. I left Marshall in the library to get some water. While at the water fountain, I noticed someone leaving the math room and going to the history room. I stepped into the restroom to fix my makeup, but someone was in there. They sounded like they were having a rough time, so I left. Someone left the gym and went to the band hall. The person working in the cafeteria went to the English classroom, and I headed to the science room to try out the arcade. While I was there, I heard someone messing around in the teacher's lounge and then go into the janitor's closet. So the same thing, we're going to track these people moving around the building with her. So that we're going to do shortly. Let's hear what Heather says. I want to say I don't want to deal with this. Just go home, but unfortunately I can't. I think I know something that might interest you, but first there's something I need you to do for me. Ginger won something years ago that she shouldn't have, the title of Homecoming Queen. There's a plaque in the front trophy case that has all of the past Homecoming Queens' names on it. If you can get into the case and remove her nameplate, I'll be happy to help you. Just tell me the name written on the back of the plaque so I know you got the job done. And yes, I know I could do this myself, but Ginger will suspect me. I want to be able to honestly say that I was not the one to remove her name when she asks. Okay. So she says, go into the trophy case and remove her nameplate. And then she's going to help us. What is the manufacturer's name on the back of the plaque? That's how we're going to prove that we were in the trophy case. And we do know how to do this. So we should be able to open this right now, and then she's going to give us some information. So we can do that whenever we're ready. And then our last two pieces of information here are, do you remember the 80s? Complete the following catchphrases and quotes to prove you know your stuff. So this is a good, interesting example where some games, if they let you use the internet, would let you have to think of these on your own or look them up. But in this game, they're actually referenced all over, right? So if you happen to not know them, we saw them. They're written on various documents. So we can do this now. So gag me with a spoon. So A-S, second letter is an S. Take a chill pill, second letter is an I. Never feed him. This is after midnight. One of our people said, this is from Gremlins movie. It's referenced by one of our people say, you know, I'm the same as those creatures. Don't feed me after midnight. So A-F-T-E-R-M. A-F-T-E-R-M, after midnight. Pardon me, do you have any, this is Grey Poupon, one of our people, that's their yearbook quote. That's from a commercial for mustard in the United States. Ninth letter, okay. G-R-E-Y-P-O-U-P-O-N. G-R-E-Y for P-O-U-P-I-N. I guess that's the last the last letter. I might have to spell it out if I don't find it. Gray Poupon, here it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's actually the O, not the N. Oh, this is Simon. What does Simon say? Say hello to my little friend. We need the 11th letter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's the last, second to last one, which is Simon. What you talking about, Willis? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Last letter is going to be Simon Says. And now you know knowing is, I'm not even going to worry about it. I know this is going to say Simon Says. S-A-Y-S. This would be self-destruct. 6, 7. Self-destruct. Okay, Simon Says. I guess this is our... G-R-E-Y-S. This must be where we are with Simon Says. Okay, this message will self-destruct. S-E-L-F-T-S-T-R. And this is the plane. E-E-P-L-A-N-E. Where we're going, we don't need roads. N-E-E-D. Simon Says red. Do you remember the boss? Oh, the 80s. Okay, so Simon Says red. So remember that that's what one of these cards wants. So blue, red, this says, and then this was the screen in the photo booth asks for a password. The hint says, what does Simon say and what do you find under the desk? This is kind of weird. Simon Says red. Under the desk, we found blue, red, and we found gum. So I'm not sure what this wants us to type in. But let's just put all these together. I'm a little bit confused about what the game wants from us with that. All right, we know how to do this, though. We basically know this, and we know this. So that's 3 puzzles that we know. That we know how to answer. If you have any theories about this red, blue Simon Says, let me know. Feels like we know everything it's asked. We just don't know exactly what it wants us to put in. Okay, we don't need this. Now, let's look at this. Last 2 words for the evidence location. Where is the prize? And are you ready to end the game? So we're almost done. This wants us to cut out this Rubik's Cube and assemble this. So maybe I'll scan this during our break and we'll cut this out. But let's leave this aside for a second. Evidence location. So it's not asking us to eliminate suspects anymore, but where is the 3rd piece of evidence? Let's also not forget this weird thing here. There's a mess about the printed school maps did not come in correctly. Classrooms were supposed to be orange. The bathrooms were supposed to be gold. This is a weird statement. I'm not sure exactly what that's supposed to mean. All right, let's do these things that we know how to do. Cabinet in the band hall. We know what the answer to this is. So let's do the ones we can do. Okay. Okay, so this password is MTV. Invaders, after each blast, take the immediate remaining letter above. So this is clearly talking about this game. After each blast, take the immediate remaining letter above. Okay, so what it's saying is that if you shoot this guy, then you take the immediate remaining three. The numbers go 1, 2, 3, 4. Left 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And right 3. So I think what this is saying is first you're shooting the third most guy. Blast 1. Then we go right 3. I think that's what I'm saying. We go right 3. 1, 2, 3, and we shoot 1. Then we go left 2. We shoot 1. Then we go left 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right 2. Left 2. Then left 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shoot 3. Psh, psh, psh. Then we go right 3. 1, 2, 3. Shoot 4. Psh, 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 psh. And so on. After each blast, we take the remaining letter above. Now, that sounds like we need to map a letter to these creatures. And Tina thinks it's this. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. Okay. So we don't. This is a little bit tricky. I think the way to do this is to use our system. All right, let's try to use our system. We're going to take this. We're going to put this in here. Okay. And we're going to cross off as we go. Let's see if we can make this work. All right. So, let's see if we can make this work. So, we know that we start with this napkin to help us orient ourselves. Okay, so we're under the fourth guy here. 3 to our right, 4 to our... 3 to our left, 3 to our right. We're in the center. So we're right above this guy. All right. We don't need this anymore. So let's split screen us. Okay. So the first thing we do is we go right 3, 1, 2, 3, and we blast 1. After we blast, we take the letter above, so that's an E. Okay. Next comes left 2. Last one. Letter above is a T. All right. Now left 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Last 3. 1, 2, 3. Well, you know what this is going to say, right? ETP we have so far. Okay. You can see what this is going to say, right? 1, 2, 3. We might as well keep going. Last 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's an H. You can see, is the whole thing going to say ET phone home? Is that it? 1, 2, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is an O. So we know what it's going to say, which is cool because you don't actually have to continue doing this. Left 1, and then we blast 3 more. 1, 2, 3. That's an N. Okay, and then R5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Blast 3. 1, 2, 3. There's our E. And where are we now? L1. Blast 2. There's our H. L3, blast 1, 1, 2, 3. There's our O. R2, blast 3. 1, 2, 3. There's our M. Right 1, blast 1. There's our E. So you actually didn't have to do it if you recognized the catchphrase, but that's pretty cute. Okay, so it says ET phone home. All right, well, that technique of using the page protector worked. And we figured out how to use this. Pretty cute, pretty clever, and pretty neat that you gave us that piece of the game in the beginning and we didn't make use of it till now. Pretty neat. Okay, so ET phone home was part of solving the prize. So knowing that it's the prize, we can put it with the prize puzzle, which is what? Where is the prize? But that doesn't tell us where it is. ET phone home. Well, there's the phone. So I guess it's home, right? I guess the code that it's probably wanting to us is the translation of the word home, which is 4, 6, 6, 3. That would be my guess. Phone home, H-O-M-E. If I had to guess, I would guess that that's our answer for that. Let me know if you disagree with me. So, if we're right, we know how to do this puzzle. We are a little confused about this puzzle. And we know how to do this puzzle. This is just the year, 1985, I believe. The one and only year we won the championship. Okay. So let's do this easy one first. Let's see if we're right about this. Mix of hard and easy puzzles here. Okay, so we think this is just the year they won the championship, 1985, unless I'm misunderstanding something. Yes, I am. Okay. Well, that's interesting. I guess I jumped the gun here. I'll just try retyping it just to make sure. 1985. Yeah, okay. So, what am I not thinking about here? It says, what's the last year, the one and only year we won the football state championship? It's a 4-digit code. Okay. And we're told that their year of their graduation is 1986 when they're seniors. And he says junior year when we won the state championship. Doesn't that mean it should be the year before they graduated? Junior year, you've got junior and senior year, freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. So shouldn't it mean that if they graduate in 86, that would be their senior year? And so their junior year would be 1985? What am I misunderstanding? The one and only year we won the football state championship. Is he not talking about football? Maybe he's not talking about football. But he is a quarterback, so... That's confusing to me. Am I misunderstanding how you keep track of your graduation year? Is it like the year after? I'm just going to try 1984 to make sure this isn't something stupid. Okay, that's it. It's just one off by one. Okay. Pointless. Okay, now that the trophies case is open, you must, maybe when you have your year, you always go the year after if your senior year is 85, then you call yourself a class of 86. Maybe that makes sense. Now that the trophy case is open, you quickly remove Ginger's nameplate. You remember to check the name on the back of the plaque before you close the case. Colt Merchandising Company. Okay, so we've got what Heather wants. She wanted us to prove that we've stolen it by telling her the name on the back. So let us scan this. Oops. Okay. Okay. So we're going to give her what she wants, which is Colt. Hopefully it just wants those 4 letters. Here's what she says. I don't know much, but when I was looking for a light bulb in the janitor's closet, I heard someone leave the English classroom and go to the teacher's lounge. They were there from 7 to 6:10. Sorry, from 6:10 to 7. So that person has an alibi. So we better make sure that we understand this is an alibi. So from the English classroom to teacher's lounge, 6:10 to 7-ish. So that's an alibi. Okay. So this is information from Heather, who we've already alibied out. So I think maybe it's time to trace the movements that this new person has given us and then add in Heather's observation. So let's go to this top down. And I wouldn't mind using better stickers because I'm afraid we're going to lose our position here. So my cubes are getting confused by these things because of this. I think it probably is. We've got green on yellow. So I think what I can do is I can turn it off. I have to turn it off. Let's see. Or maybe if I put cubes on the board, it'll... I was thinking if I put cubes, my system should balk and refuse to go. But, okay, well, let's just leave it like this for now. All right, so I'm going to use these for as I move them so we don't lose track. Is anyone still here? Okay, she says, Wilma, who's our... Wait, it's a lot to keep track of now. Okay. Let me get all my people here. Okay. So Wilma is our valedictorian. She is... Oh boy, where's our valedictorian? She's in the library with the football player. So she says, I left Marshall, that makes sense, in the library to get some water. So she went over to the drinking fountain. Okay, so let's put her there with a better sticker so she doesn't move. Okay, she went to get to the water fountain. She noticed someone leaving the math room, which is our mascot here, and going into the history room. Okay, so this person walked out and went in to the history room. She then goes into the restroom, the woman's restroom, I guess. Someone was in there. They sounded like they were having a rough time, so I left. So she goes back out here, and this person is sick and stuck in here. This is probably our drinker. Okay, so they're still in there. The person who was in there stayed in there. Then someone left the gym. There's only one person in the gym, so it's our drum person, and went to the band hall. Well, it makes sense. They would go to band. The person working in the cafeteria, our cheerleader, went to the English classroom. Okay. That person goes there. I headed to the science room. Okay. To try the arcade. While I was there, I heard someone messing around in the teacher's lounge. Oh, you guys can't see this. How long could you not have seen it? I guess if I toggle tracking, it should be okay now. Okay. Okay. So she goes to the science room and she says, while I was there, I heard someone in the teacher's lounge messing around and then go to the janitor's closet. So this person leaves from the teacher's room and goes to the janitor's closet. Okay. This person stayed in the library. Our victim is still in the principal's office. Okay, so there's everyone located at their new locations after following her instructions. Okay, then Heather tells us that she heard someone go from the English class to the teacher's lounge. So this person, the cheerleader, went to the teacher's lounge and got themselves alibied. They were there for the whole time. So, who is our cheerleader? Harold. Harold is now alibied. Harold is alibied by Heather, who saw him go to the teacher's lounge. He's the only person who's in English, so he must have been that person. He's alibied. And Burton, we've alibied based on him being in a band. So we've got two people that we should be able to eliminate here. Let me just... The president never leaves here. That makes sense. She's running the whole thing. Okay. So if we push this out of the way for a second, I'm going to need your help in a minute here. So we already alibied her. Not her, though. I can't remember. Marshall, Minnie, Heather, and Wilma were all alibied out. So it seems like these two haven't been alibied yet. And that's our final thing. Okay, these are our new alibis. These people we don't have alibis for. All right, now, when we're ready to solve all the puzzles, we need to know the name of the killer. For the third piece of evidence, the last two words for the evidence location. So we're not ready for that. It's this. This has to be our intermediate thing. But now, how do you read this puzzle? This is where I need your help. We solved this, and we got Simon Says Red. And when we solved this, which is underneath the desk, yeah, see, look, here's the top of the desk. Underneath it is the gum and this stuff. When we solved this, we got blue-red. So now here's this question. Let's see, help me make sense of this. It's asking for a password. The hint says, what does Simon say? And what do you find under the desk? So we know Simon Says Red. Under the desk, we find the words blue-red. And we find gum. So I'm a little bit, is it red, blue, red? Is that what you think we have to do? Is that the answer? Red, blue, red? Red, blue, red. Yeah, it sounds like that's what we're both thinking. Okay, let's give it a try. So red, blue, red. It makes sense. Okay, so red, blue, red. Yep. Instead of the expected photo booth menu, you're greeted with the image below. All colors must shift. Left 2, right 1, down 2, right 2, up 1, right 1, up 1, left 1, up 1. Okay, so it feels like this is the home stretch here. That matches this. There's the matching of the colors. And I'll remind you that there was this. Maybe I shouldn't have taped this because that just makes it harder. Okay, but it was a copy. So where's our original of that? Where's our original? It's on the back of this. Okay. So it sounds like it's saying we start here Yeah. Start here. Right 1, down 2. There you go. And that's what this arrow is showing us. Okay, so we just need to follow these instructions. So I guess we're going to assume we start with this letter E. E might not be part of it, but let's see. So right 1, down 2 brings us to an I. Where's my thing? Let's mark it out. Okay. Oh, I suppose we want to be here. We don't need this anymore. Okay. Now we're on yellow, so right 2, up 1 is an S. Right 1 down, yes, right 2, up 1, okay. Now we're on a blue, we go up 1, that's an I. Now right 1, down 2, that's an I. That's weird. Now left 2 brings us to a C. What's going on here? Left 2 brings us to a T. Right 1, up 1 goes to an E. What the hell is going on? What am I doing wrong? Who is up 1? Oh, I wonder if these are going to spell different words. That was an M. All right, let me redo it. Maybe need to keep track of the different colors. Maybe not. Nicholas says, I think what you need to do is literally apply the shift to every letter on the grid to form a long message. It can't, I'm not sure what you mean by that, but this is clearly moving on that space because it's, it says right 1, down 2. It's not telling us. Do you think it means we take all the yellow squares and move them physically? So, I see. You might be right. So I wonder, we could actually fill it out on this. Yes. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll take a break now. I'll print this out and we can write it. I think you're probably right. That when you move this guy, you could move him and you could wrap it around as well. Okay. That's weird. What we'll do is we'll take a break now. It's about time. I'll make another copy of this because it's a little hard to write on this, although I suppose, yeah, it'd be a little hard to write on this. I'll make another copy that we can write on. I'll see you in 8 minutes for our final session. We're going to wrap it up in the next session. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back to finish up this case. I've made a copy of this so we can continue to walk through this. Okay, so here's our letters and our instructions. Let's see if I can get these on the screen at the same time. I suppose we only need this. Put this out of the way. Seems like they only go here. I think. I'll have to find out. If they go into the black spaces, that's considerably more trouble. All right, so for each letter, we're going to move it to its place. So write one down to, we're going to put the E here. We'll go from top to bottom, left to right. So this 2, this N goes 2 over to the right and up 1. That's there. This T goes right 1, up 1. So there's our T. Next, our M goes left 1. So the M goes there. The blue E goes up 1. So there's their E there. The yellow I goes right 2, up 1. So there's our I. Next, we have an L. A red L goes right 1, down 2. So there's our L. Our M, which is here, goes left 2. So there's our M. Our C, which is here, goes left 2. So there's our C. Our I here goes right 1, down 2. So there's our I. Our S, which is here, goes up 1. So there's our S. Our green R goes right 1, up 1. So there's our R. The N, which is here, goes right 1, down 2. There's our N. The H, which is here, goes left 2. There's our H. The I, which is here, goes left 2. Okay, next up is the blue B, which just goes left 1. The yellow red goes right 2, up 1. That's an H. The D just goes up 1. That becomes there. Now we're over here. Red T goes right 1, down 2. That's our T. The blue T just goes up 1. That's our T. The green T goes right 1, up 1. That's our T there. Now we're over here. The A goes left 2. The S, blue S, goes there. The green A goes right 1, up 1. There's our A. The red R, right 1, down 2. There's our R. The yellow O goes right 2, up 1. There's our O. The G orange goes left 2. There's our G. Next up is our red E, right 1, down 2. That's our E. Blue O goes up 1. The light blue I goes left 1. Orange R goes left 2. The blue L goes left 1. And the dark blue L goes up 1. That's pretty cool. Well, what does it say? Men's bathroom, third stall, ceiling. This must be tile. Ceiling tile. Men's bathroom, third stall, ceiling tile. Okay, so this was our third piece of evidence located. Use the last 2 words for the evidence location. So, ceiling tile. Okay, so that's that. I'm a little confused about this, though. Did we not do this yet? E.T. phone home? Where is the prize? I'm a little bit confused about why we can do both of these now, unless I already did this one and forgot. I want to see if this is right, if this is HOME 4663, but I'm a little confused about why we can do both of these. Like, what is this a for? Seems like this should end the game. What's the third piece of evidence? And then I'm going to scan this one first, though. We haven't done this yet. Seems to me like this password should be 4663. Coming from the phone, I see. We've got a little multimedia here. Sort of, although it doesn't look like the normal multimedia. What have we got going on here? You ready?
One more step to the prize. These girls are this color, but the location on the map is not. If you want to go for a drink where everybody knows your name, don't go to this reunion location on the map. P.I.'s Ferrari, Knight's Kit, and Marty's DeLorean won't be found in the same location as the prize. Instead, look where the first movie listed has 3 of these that are all the same. The second word, second letter of the last movie listed, and then finally the beginning letter of the second movie listed. You have to do what's right for you. In here, it's your time. It's your time in here. That's all over the second the reunion is over. Hurry up and get the prize before you end up like One-Eyed Willie and the rest of his crew.
What nonsense was that? What nonsense was that? All right, let's just put this aside for a second. Let's continue with our case. We'll come back to this later. That did seem like it had a reference to the map being the wrong color, though. But that was pretty weird. Okay. All right, well, I'm glad that that was that. But that was weird. All right. Let's do the real one now, the third piece of evidence. All right, so I'm going to scan this. Oops. Last 2 words for the evidence location, and we believe that is going to be men's bathroom, 3rd stall, ceiling tile. So I think this is going to be ceiling tile. Last 2 words. Stall of the men's bathroom. You push up the tile and find a dusty manila envelope. Upon opening it, you see a receipt and a note. I would love to make a reference to a horror film, but I know you don't like scary movies, so I doubt you would get the reference. I never would have pegged you as a drunk back in high school. Sip and fill. Okay, so this is where they were the before the evening of the crash, and they've caught them drinking beer. So, what are we hearing? That this killer doesn't like scary movies and didn't drink in high school. So remember, these are our 2 people that we are considering left. So what are we looking for? We're looking for someone who doesn't like scary movies and didn't drink. That's our killer. So let's see. Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Revenge came out. So this person likes scary movies. So It sounds like it's this person. That's based on us eliminating these two. This one we for sure eliminated. This one we eliminated based on him playing a musical instrument. So it feels like, I see. Okay, it feels like we've got our murderer here. The person who has no understanding of horror movies, unlike our other person who does like horror movies. So here's our killer. No mention of drinking either way. I see. I guess they're not going out drinking on the weekend. They're playing video games. That's why they wouldn't have been suspected. So here's our killer, I believe. But now look at the final question. It says, do you know the killer and the murder weapon? So that's what the prize is. The prize has to be the murder weapon, which is in the bathroom. So I guess we're going to have to go listen to that audio now because that's the only thing that's the part that's left, right? All right, let's listen to it again and see if we can understand what it was wanting from us. Before we do, let's get in front of us the pieces of puzzle that we haven't used. So this weird thing about the mess up with the printer, the school maps did not come out correctly. Classrooms were supposed to be orange, bathrooms were supposed to be gold. That's kind of what they look like to me, though, so I'm a little bit confused by that. We didn't use this pin, and we didn't use his final letters. So with that in mind, let's listen to this again and see if we can, a couple times maybe, see if we can understand what this is telling us. Remember, we're trying to find the murder weapon, the prize, which is up above the tile in the men's bathroom.
These girls are this color, but the location on the map is not. If you want to go for a drink where everybody knows your name, don't go to this reunion location on the map.
Let me rewind it here.
One more step to the prize. These girls are this color, but the location on the map is not.
These girls are this color, but the location on the map is not. Okay, that sounds like, I wonder if it's talking about the girls' restroom. There was a mess with the printer. The school maps did not come in correctly. The bathrooms were supposed to be gold. These girls are this color, but the bathrooms on the map are not. Oh, sorry.
Step to the prize. These girls are this color, but the location on the map is not.
Sounds like it's saying the answer is gold. The reunion leaflet has lists of movies. Golden Girls, Magnum P.I., Cheers, Knight Rider. Those aren't all movies. Did we get movies in a PDF? Let me keep playing this and see what. So that part, I guess the answer to that one is gold. The Golden Girls. Okay, good. All right, so we got the first one, gold or golden. Next, here we go.
If you want to go for a drink where everybody knows your name, don't go to this reunion location on the map. P.I.'s Ferrari, Knight's Kit, and Marty's...
Okay, so...
These girls are this color, but the location on the map is not. If you want to go for a drink where everybody knows your name, don't go to this reunion location on the map.
Okay, so they're talking about the show Cheers, where everybody knows your name. That's a bar. If you want to go where everyone knows your name, don't go to this location on the map. What does that mean, though? I think what they're trying to say is don't go to the location where the bar was set up. And the bar is set up at the cafeteria. So I believe it's saying don't go to the cafeteria. That's where the bar is. Can we see the leaflet? You want this leaflet? Bar and refreshments in cafeteria. Another reminder that that's where they are. Movies are available in the library. Beverly Hills Cop, Blade Runner, The Shining, and Purple Rain. Okay, so what I think the second one was cafeteria. All right, let's continue.
To the prize. These girls are this color, but the location on the map is not.
Gold.
If you want to go for a drink where everybody knows your name, don't go to this reunion location on the map.
The cafeteria
P.I.'s
where the bar
Ferrari,
is.
Knight's Kit, and Marty's DeLorean won't be found in the same location as the prize.
Okay, so that's talking about the parking lot. Those are our cars. The DeLorean kit of Knight Rider, that's all in the parking. Maybe this gold is supposed to be telling us bathroom. The bathrooms aren't gold. So it's eliminating places, maybe. Cafeteria, parking lot. Okay, next up.
Instead, look where the first movie listed has 3 of these that are all the same.
The first movie listed Beverly Hills Cop. Has 3 of these that are all the same. Let me rewind that.
These girls are this color, but the location on the map is not. If you want to go for a drink
location
where
is the
everybody knows your
bathroom.
name, don't go to this reunion
So
location
we're
on the
eliminating
map.
locations.
P.I.'s Ferrari, Knight's Kit, and Marty's DeLorean won't be found in the same location as the prize. Instead, look where the first movie listed has 3 of these that are all the same. The second word, second letter of the last movie listed, and then finally the beginning letter of...
I see. I get it. So first movie, 3 of these that are all the same. 3 letters that are the same. What have we got? 2 E's, but 3 L's. So what we've got is an L, and then we're going to continue following these rules.
Don't go to this reunion location on the map. P.I.'s Ferrari, Knight's kit, and Marty's DeLorean won't be found in the same location as the prize. Instead, look where the first movie listed has 3 of these that are all the same.
That's an L.
The second word, second letter of the last movie listed, and then finally the beginning letter of the second.
Let's do it again.
Look where the first movie listed has 3 of these that are all the same. The second word, second letter of the last movie listed, and then finally the beginning letter of the second movie listed.
That was an LU.
Kit and Marty's DeLorean won't be found in the same location as the
Second
prize.
letter, sorry,
Instead,
second letter of the
look where
second word,
first
that's
movie
an
listed
A.
has 3 of these that
LA.
are all the same. The second word, second letter of the last movie listed, and then finally the beginning letter of the second movie listed. You have to do
B.
what's right for you. In here, it's your time.
Okay, so it's saying go to the lab. Instead, look in the lab. The computer lab. Yeah. Okay.
I'm in here. That's all over the second the reunion is over. Hurry up and get the prize before you end up like One-Eyed Willie and the rest of his crew.
Okay. So we figured out where the prize is in the lab. Does that mean... But I'm confused. Now I'm confused, though. Because... I'm confused because we figured out lab is where the prize is, right? But oh, I see. Okay. So we solved this, but we didn't solve this. I see. Okay. That's where I got confused. There is another puzzle before the final question. Okay. So it's this one we do next. Now it makes sense. Okay. So there's our murderer. Here's our last puzzle solution. Where is the prize? All right. Where is the prize? It's the LAB in the lab. Inside the computer lab, you find the prize. As you're about to leave, you notice that one of the extension cords has been removed from a computer and tossed on the floor. Examining the cord closer, you can see stretch marks on the cord, almost as if someone had wrapped the cord around something and pulled it tight. All right, we found our murder weapon with the word cord underlined. So now it seems like we're ready to solve the case. The last name of the killer is James, and the cord is the murder weapon. Now, does anyone want to disagree with me about it being James before I try to solve this? We're 5.5 hours in. This is one of our longest deadbolts. All right, I believe it's Elmer James, but you can disagree with me before I scan it. Otherwise, here we go. The last name of the killer is James. And the murder weapon is a C-O-R-D. Here we go. Elmer James is the killer. During a routine remodel of one ring of Valley Falls High School, Winslow Snyder discovered a hidden trove of evidence dating back to a hit-and-run accident that claimed the life of Felicity Hawkins in 1985. The evidence pointed squarely at one of his old classmates, Elmer James. Using what he found, Snyder tried to blackmail Elmer James for $100,000. It was a face-off that was every bit as tense and suspenseful as the one in the 1980s movie Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. And the stakes were just as high. To quote the movie, "You know the law, 2 men enter, 1 man leaves." In this case, Elmer James and Winslow Snyder faced off, because Elmer did, in fact, know the law and what the law would do to him when Snyder told him about the wreck. He choked Snyder unmercifully until the man stopped breathing. In true Thunderdome fashion, the last man standing was Elmer James. Elmer James was lots of things in life, but despite what his GPA might lead you to think, intelligent wasn't one of them. In his haste to rid himself of Snyder's threat to expose him as the driver of the vehicle that killed Felicity Hawkins, he made one seriously foolish mistake. He entered the lab directly across from Snyder's office, grabbed one of the computer cables from one of the PCs, used it to choke Snyder to death, and then tossed it carelessly back into the room. In the days to come, you aren't at all surprised to learn that one of Elmer James's favorite bands to listen to during his high school years was Twisted Sister, and one of his favorite songs was the 1984 classic We're Not Gonna Take It. Apparently, he took those lyrics to heart and refused to be blackmailed. Based on the information you uncover as you solve the hiding place for the 80s game prize, you enter the lab and find the only cable that isn't hooked to any equipment. From there, it's easy enough to get a partial print that matches the prints of Elmer James. The evidence against him is compelling and decisive. You have your killer. After high school, Elmer never lived up to his true potential. Working a dead-end job at a fast food place didn't pay nearly enough to provide the funds needed to pay Snyder off. With his freedom threatened, Elmer had no remorse when it came to killing Snyder. In the immortal words of Queen's Freddie Mercury, another one bites the dust. When the police arrive, it's easy enough to find him. In an attempt to relive his glory days one last time for the reunion crowd, Elmer had dressed in the old Druid mascot costume and was busy doing a silly dance over by the punch bowl. When the police restrain him, you do the honors and remove the Druid head to show Elmer's outraged face. "I would have gotten away with this if it wasn't for you," he snapped as the police led him away. Snyder was a creep and a loser. Despite the grim nature of the situation, you're amused as the situation reminds you of a famous cartoon with a crime-solving dog and his group of human friends. That's Scooby-Doo. Although the entire reunion crowd is shocked by everything that happened, they are determined to make the most of the evening. The moment the police walk out the door with Elmer James in tow, the DJ starts playing Walk Like an Egyptian by the Bangles, and soon the dance floor is filled with the graduates of 1986 all doing the moves made popular by the video that used to play constantly on MTV. Your work here is done, and you can't help thinking about one of your favorite 80s TV shows, The A-Team. In nearly every instance, when the A-Team would triumph over the villain for that particular episode, the group's leader, Hannibal Smith, would grin with his trademark cigar clamped between his teeth and say his iconic catchphrase. It's a phrase that definitely seems to apply here in a situation where you've been forced to solve a very specific, complicated problem. You smile as you walk toward the exit and mutter Hannibal Smith's line that seems to put a fitting end to the case. "I love it when a plan comes together." Case closed. All right, there you have it. We finished it. 5.5 hours. That was some real... that took some stamina. 4 people left in the channel. Oh, but everyone but Nicola and I and Tina are here. We're going to take a 5-minute break. and we're going to come back and give our final thoughts. I'd love to hear what Nicola and Tina think of this, especially in comparison to the other games. Was the difficulty rating appropriate? What did you think of it? Favorite parts, least favorite parts? I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, 4:38 a.m. We've finished Blast from the Past. I am very curious what you guys in the channel think. I know there are only one or two of you left with us here. Let's see. Nicholas says, I think this was a cool case. I guess the difficulty rating is justified because this was long and required a lot of attention to details to pick up on subtle clues more than the puzzles being hard. And Antina says, I liked it. I think that's an interesting way to look at it. So let me give you some thoughts here. I do agree with you that there's a little bit of a... the fact that this is rated at 7.5, we've definitely played Deadbolt games ranked easier that had puzzles that gave us a lot more trouble than any one puzzle gave us here. So we went through the individual puzzles. I don't think we encountered any puzzle that really set us back for more than a minute or two. But there were a lot of them, and the fact that it was long and required some real stamina, maybe that's what pushes it into the harder difficulty level. And you could see that there could be a puzzle or two that you could get stuck on and not know how to proceed on. There were some very cool puzzles here. A couple that I really liked. In fact, as a whole, I would say these were very fair puzzles. Like, everything was very fair. There are a couple that I really liked, like this one here. I mean, you know, I've given them lots of... I've sang the praises of Deadbolt Mystery Society, and part of that reason is there are always reasonable ways you could make inferences. On this one, the fact that there's same number of letters here as numbers, it's just, there's lots of things like that that work really well here and seem very fair. And then there were some very cool ones, like the Space Invaders thing, where you have to shoot them down by following instructions. And they're getting these out every month, but they still somehow have the ability to know when they should give you a hint about something and when they shouldn't. Like that section that said, you know, you're going to need to use this to find the prize, but not as the first step. Like, they somehow know. They must have good testers for this game. They somehow know what they need to say to make it reasonably feasible, whereas other games of this type sometimes don't. Nicholas says, lots of writing puzzles. I think the one I liked the most was one of the first where we had to map songs to pictures. That's interesting. Everything was fair. Everything was fair. The puzzles were good. There was a lot of them. This is a nice long box. So I think in that sense, the game was quite enjoyable in terms of puzzle-wise. It did have this spatial element, again, like, coincidentally, the last game we played. Now, in the last game we played, I really loved it. I loved it that it was sort of a finale showdown where you did this spatial thing. Here, it wasn't quite thematically as satisfying. And the novelty of it has worn off since we got it last time. I do like it a lot, though. Here we just use it to sort of eliminate someone. And then the other puzzle that was really nice was when we kind of got stuck in... We followed the puzzle, and the puzzle said... or whatever the clue was, good grades, bad person. And we did what one tends to do when you play a lot of these games, is we just said, okay, who is that about? And we said, well, This one had the 4.2 GPA. This one had a 4 GPA. That's a little troublesome. Maybe it's the one with the highest grade. We weren't convinced about that, but then we found another reason to eliminate the 4.0 students. We said, okay, the 4.2 is the one that's talking about, the one that clue is referring to. And so we tried her and we got it wrong. And then someone else came in the channel. I'm drawing a blank on the name at the moment. Was it a Glenn? Tell me the name of the person in the chat. They came in and said, hey, I think that clue that said good grades, bad person was a clue about the killer, but our task is to eliminate people. So you actually have to reverse it and say, okay, then we're looking for someone with the opposite criteria. And that happened twice more. And the second time it happened, we were still a little slow on the upkeep. By the third time, we knew right away, aha, okay, he's making a comment about the killer not liking horror movies. So then when we found the person who did like horror movies, we got rid of them. That was a nice little twist. I'm not sure we've seen that done so subtly before. And I really liked that. You could almost see putting that into a cold case or a document dump game where you've got information about the killer, but rather than helping you find the killer, it's helping you rule out people. Quite clever, quite enjoyable. Nicholas says, if you compare this with the first edition of The Cabin, you can see how far away Deadbolt has gone, both in puzzle design and in pacing the story with envelopes so the player isn't overwhelmed. I think you're absolutely right. And then you compare this game, which was 21, to the last game we played, which was 23, and they've improved and streamlined it. Like here, we had to cut out these things. In the latest version, they just punched these little circular figures that they let us use. So they are getting better, smoother, faster. Okay, so puzzles were very fair, very well designed. I like the combination of naming people and places. I want to talk a little bit about the theme because this was it's clear that this game was like a tribute to the 80s, right? Lots of music, lots of TV shows, movies, catchphrases. It was like all over this game. And it was in part of the puzzles where you had to come up with finished phrases, whatever. You can see these are well-designed games that don't require you to go outside to the internet. So if you knew the stuff and the history, it was on the tip of your tongue. You knew it right away. But if you didn't, you could find it in various documents. And they did the thing that I always like where we've got our pictures of our suspects and then information from them. And some of the time, some of the puzzles aren't like mathematical, arbitrary, abstract puzzles. They're more like, well, we remembered, we heard someone mention something. There was one very clever one where it said, backwards not on the 9th. And we were initially thinking, okay, it's a Caesar cipher where we go back 9. But then the thing to realize was they were talking about a person who was skipped 2 grades. So it was skipped forward. Very clever. And I like when the game uses some deduction that's hidden in the text. And I think if you remember the 80s, if you were alive during the 80s, you might get a real kick. Certain people really will love getting a kick out of all the historical references. The arcades, the movies, the songs, whatever. Very well done, all there. However, I think on paper this should have been a huge home run for me because I was around in the 80s. I did remember all the references, all the movies, all the shows. Was fun to see. But I think I'm not sure exactly why. Maybe it has to do with just the randomness of energy level when you encounter one of these games or whatever. For some reason, the sort of setting here, though, wasn't as motivating, as compelling. I'm not sure exactly why. Maybe that's because maybe it's as simple as saying that the story here is that we have a blackmailer trying to blackmail someone. The blackmailer got killed, and we're just trying to find the person who did something bad in their past and struck out at the blackmailer. I think for some reason, of all the cases we've played of Deadbolt, this might be the one that I sort of cared the least about psychologically in terms of solving it. Does that make sense? Like, there was no killer speaking to us, giving us puzzles to solve, that we weren't trying to really catch someone. We were catching someone from an old crime, but it's sort of understandable why they killed the blackmailer, so it wasn't that highly motivated to catch them. And then we're sort of described, all of the people are described to us as kind of unpleasant people. So it was hard to care about anyone. Now, you wouldn't think that should matter in a game like this, but I think for me, it does make a difference. And there was no one, we weren't really getting, a lot of these cold cases are framed in a way to make you care, because it's like, here's this person that got killed. Please find their killer and bring them justice. Here, we don't know about this age-old case that that one person's trying to blackmail the other about. We learn a little bit about it towards the end of the case, about the name of the person who was killed by a hit and run, but we aren't really attached to them. We aren't really given any reason to care about them. So that was the one disconnect for me here, this sort of motivational drive to solve it, or caring about any of the characters, or like caring about the killer. So at the end, our killer was this guy Elmore that we basically had no interaction with, right? Had no feeling for his personality or what kind of person he was, didn't talk to him. So that was the disconnect for me here in this case, the motivational part. And I think for that reason, this is on the fairly low end of the cases. Like, it's clear this was a much better, smoother experience than something like The Cabin. But The Cabin was such a compelling story that we sort of cared about it, and the acts were, I think that's another thing that was missing here. Normally, when these games that are divided into acts work really well, things are happening in the acts. Like the Act 2 comes and someone new gets killed. Act 2 happens and some new information gets revealed about the killer and the story and the plot and the mystery. Here, that doesn't happen. Here, someone gets killed in the beginning, and we're just trying to find them, and nothing really happens between the acts. We're just getting a little more information to rule people out, but nothing's actually occurring. No one is in any danger. And so for me, of all the 10 cases we played so far, this was the least narratively compelling. And that did affect the enjoyment of it. Invisible Man says, maybe a bit too comic-like, the presentation too trashy. Yeah, I mean, it fit the 80s theme, but I do think you're right. I think some people really like the comic, lighthearted stuff, and they will get a kick out of this 80s stuff. Other people like me are more willing to suspend disbelief for a serious, scary setting that's presented seriously. And I think maybe for me, the tongue-in-cheek comicness of this game does make it less appealing to me as a theme, as a story. I'm much more likely to buy into a vampire or a werewolf or supernatural and sort of get myself scared and caring about it. But I could absolutely see some groups adoring this case. Some groups with a much more sympathetic to nostalgia. And the puzzles are very good, especially if a puzzle or two you got stuck on and really had to work on it. That could be really satisfying. Here, it feels like we've got a very skilled group now, especially Nicola and Tina, and we had a guest here that really knew what they were doing. It's like you guys are chewing through these cases and not even with a hiccup. So maybe a group that got stuck on it might enjoy it more. Still very well done, very good case, very good set of puzzles. Might be a group's favorite case. Not quite, not at the lower end of me in terms of overall enjoyment, just because the narrative story was lacking a little bit for me. All right, any final words before we sign off here after 6 hours? This isn't the longest Deadbolt, but it's up there. Having played another 5, I've been reviewing these in blocks of 5. So we played our first 5, I did a review of them. My plan is to now do a review of this next set of 5 we play, and I am happy to play more of these. Any other final thoughts from the chat? Okay, that's all right. We'll sign off here. On Sunday, we're going to play Dear Homes. I'll give a little lecture at the beginning about the cipher. It's possible that between Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I may do another stream. It will sort of depend on my real life activities. But Sunday at the latest. Thank you all for joining me. If you stop by and watch this after the fact, if you've played this game yourself either separately or if you watch the stream after it's been recorded, I would love to hear your thoughts, especially with regard to where you would rank this compared to the other Deadbolt Mystery Society games. Do you come down similarly to me, that the narrative took away enough that you would ding this, or is this hit the sweet spot for you in terms of nostalgia and puzzle quality? Love to hear your thoughts. I'll see you on the next video.